1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are, and welcome to Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of the 2025 European Diplomacy Championships. I am Brandon Fogel. I am joined today by Adam Silverman. Getting off to a good start here. Adam, welcome to this broadcast, which will surely be one of the least professional and technically addled broadcast we've ever done.
We're going back to 2020, locked up and no clue what we're doing.
2020, right? I don't think we were ever 18 minutes late to start a broadcast in 2020. In fact, this may be a record tardiness for us. In fact, we did manage to find a second of the three analysts who were committed to joining us today. That is Patrick Jacobson. Patrick, welcome to the broadcast from a bunker somewhere with a
Hi guys.
Of light mirrored.
My lighting. Listen, no matter what I do, my webcam is either going to make me brighter than the sun on its own or darker than a black hole. So I guess we'll just have to roll with it today.
And which do you want to be today? Because I think when we play on boards together, you're darker than a black hole. But
oh, come on. Is it that obvious when I'm about to stab you?
He's not talking about the way you play. He's talking about the your soul, basically.
No, you got to save those jokes for Karthik, okay? Just because he didn't show up doesn't mean I'm as bad as him.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we had three analysts booked for today. One of them showed up on time. Adam, thanks. One of them did materialize before we went on air. Patrick, thank you. One has yet to surface. Somewhere in California exists Karthik Kanath, we hope. And we will possibly find out in the course of this broadcast. Karthik has a history of popping up in far-flung locations like Australia and Europe. So it's possible he just took a plane and went to one of those, and we'll find out about it. All right, we are here to talk about the European Diplomacy Championships, which are going on right now in the Netherlands. May have wrapped up, not sure, but we are going to be covering them from the top board on. We're going to review the preliminary rounds. This was a big tournament, 10 boards per round over 3 preliminary rounds. That's a lot for a tournament, for a diplomacy tournament. And then they had a top board this morning and a fourth round for others to play as well, which included a bunch of variants. So they're having a good time. This tournament took place or is taking place in Leiden in the Netherlands. I've been to Amsterdam, but I've not been to any other city in the Netherlands. Have either of you had the good fortune to get outside of Amsterdam?
I personally not. This is so bizarre. I've never been to the Netherlands or Amsterdam, sadly, but I have met the tournament organizers, Micah Blom, Jelte Kuiper. They're wonderful people. Micah's webcam usually works a lot better than this, so that's a big point in her favor. I think this
Patrick, did you just become an angel in front of us?
This is their first time organizing a tournament of this scale, though. They have done NDC before I forgot the name of the city for that. But it's been an interesting journey to watch this unfold over the weekend and get impressions from people and just see how it's been going. But it seems like, by all accounts, it's been a really great tournament so far that they've put on. So really excited to see the games we've got today.
Anytime you can get over 70 diplomacy players in one place at a time, special stuff's going to happen. That is just such a huge tournament. I know in North American dip cons, we get 50, 60 people. I think that this is probably bigger than we've seen for recent North American dip cons. I haven't looked historically at the Euro dip cons, but this sounds really big for me, even for a Euro dip con as well. It just goes to show that the hobby is thriving in Europe, and that the organizers, Micah and Yelta and the others, just did a bang up job of just getting people to come out, getting people really excited about it. So very excited to walk through the tournament today.
We're hearing in the chat here from Micah, one of the organizers and part of the DBN family, that this is the biggest EDC since 2005.
Yeah.
The Netherlands championships have been taking place in Groningen. And Micah is also, like any good diplomacy player, trying to give all the credit to somebody else, and that is Yelta Kuiper in this case. So the two of them have organized this tournament together. By all accounts, a smashing success, and they culminated in a top board, which is what we're going to focus on today. 7 players made this top board. Given the size of the preliminary rounds, there's really no chance that we can cover those even in a cursory fashion. So we are going to just glance at a few of them, the ones that tell us something about how the top board participants made it to the top board. So we do apologize to all of the other participants for not being able to address their play and talk about their games, but we are having trouble getting our analysts to even show up at the network.
That's just Karthik. Let's not call out let's not rag on the other analysts. Let's just rag on Karthik. All right.
Cheers. Amen to that.
All right. Patrick, who is now gone back to hell, I think. Are you now in demon form?
Let's just get on with it, Brandon.
All right.
Here, switching through all my settings in the background. Trust me, but
here are those top board participants in what is surely the highest tech graphic we have ever put on DBN.
Oh yeah.
Winning that top seed is someone who's very familiar to all of us, Michalis Kamaritis. And second is a player who made a lot of waves on the tour the first couple years from the pandemic onward. Tanya Gill has not played a whole lot since. However, Tanya is now living in Europe, going to graduate school in Switzerland, and is able to make this tournament. And to no one's surprise at all, is making that noise. Coming into the number 2 seed, Philip Weissert in the number 3 seed. Andrew Yang, a new player whose name is new to us, coming in at the 4th seed. Number 5, Conrad Woodring, who is a longtime face-to-face player based in the UK. Number 6, Brandon Austin, another DBN personality, coming all the way from Australia for this tournament and probably chilling his way into the top board, as is his style. And number 7 is Marcus Olsen. All right, so I asked each of you to give us the background on a couple players, and we also asked Karthik to do the same. So we will ad lib when it gets to Karthik's. But I think let's start at the bottom here. That is Karthik. Marcus Olsen was Karthik's charge. So why don't we put Marcus on hold for a second, see if Karthik does show up. We'll go to the number 6 seed here, Brandon Austin. And Patrick, you are charged with telling us about Brandon. If you want me to pull up a game, just let me know, and I will do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting with our good old friend Brandon. Of course, he is DBN zone now, just as much as Michalis is, with his wonderful chilled out attitude, adding a lot to our streams. But let's start over at the start of his tournament, because he actually had the worst start to his tournament out of anybody on this top board. So I want to bring up round 1, board I, real quick.
All right.
This is the game where he plays Italy. And we're going to have a quick flip through that, starting in spring 01.
All right, give me a second. I was not quite as ready as I thought I was. Just give me 1 second here.
Yeah, Brandon Austin is an interesting player. He's really been kind of coming out very strong lately. I think he had some really great results recently in some Australian tournaments. It's great to see him traveling to Europe for this thing, but he kind of came out of Australia and has been playing and winning quite a bit. So really interesting to see him with some big results this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Brandon, he's a very interesting player. The theme of this game, I want to say, by the way, is a quote that he gave me while we were discussing his later games last night, which is, "Tactics are not my thing. I prefer vibes." That really sums up Brandon as a player, usually in a good way, because he's very good at controlling the vibe of the board and sort of getting everyone to be okay with his growth. But in this case, it works slightly less well. So we'll have a look as soon as Brandon
Almost there.
Brandon fixes his issues.
Brandon. I got smart and tried to do something clever, and that's a thing you do at your own risk, I think, in general in life. Particularly on a day like today when the world is conspiring against us, and apparently is continuing to. Give me a second. Maybe talk about his other games for a moment, if you can. Did you have a plan to say how things went in his other games?
No, I was hoping to cover, skim through all three of his boards, because we only have one board available for Andrew, so we're going to be kind of uneven with how much time we spend on each player.
All right. The tech is not cooperating right now. I am going to... sorry, guys. Let's see if this will work.
The most frantic typing I've ever overheard on a microphone. By the way, I have been able to sort of fix my lighting. I had to hide the sun to do it and make the webcam adjust itself again, but it's better than what it was before. We'll put it that way.
All right, we're gonna jury rig this a little bit. Nah, this isn't gonna work. I'm sorry. Can you guys, Adam, move on and talk about Conrad for a little bit? Just give a...
So Conrad has been playing diplomacy for a long time. A little bit background, I believe, and this may not be right because I haven't had a chance to catch up with Conrad about it, but I believe he and I both played our first tournament in the year 2000 at World DipCon in Baltimore, which was a huge tournament, had like 120 people. It was at the World Board Gaming Championships run by Jim Yerke. And so I believe that was also his tournament. I showed up as a college student. I think he may have still been in high school, or maybe was a young college student as well. I don't recall what his results are. I got whooped. He probably did too. But Conrad's been a fixture of the North American diplomacy hobby for a long time, and then more recently, since he has been living in the UK for a number of years, has been one of the lead organizers in the UK. I know, working with a bunch of other folks there who are heavily involved, but really involved in the organizing of the UK hobby. And Conrad is a really strong player. He's very aggressive, and has had some good results over the years. As far as I recall, he's never won a major tournament like a North American DipCon or a European DipCon, but clearly putting his mark in the ground for this one. I think the story I would give, without actually walking through his boards here, is just the level of consistency that he's had over this tournament. I would say good, but maybe not extraordinary results across all of his games. A board top in his first round, starting off really well with England, getting to a really solid 9-center board top. And then in his second games, actually not topping, topping his second board as well as Austria with just 8 centers. So we don't actually have a sandbox for that game, but presumably, just able to kind of keep a relatively even set board and come out on top. And then in his third game in 8-center France, which was good enough for second. So he ends with a pretty reasonable position in 5th place here, but really just nice, consistent results, high center counts, but not in the double digits across the games.
Yeah, it's a good shout out on the Conrad, along with our 7th seed Marcus. They're the only ones who were able to make the top board with no results that are 10 centers or greater. And I think it really speaks to the scoring system in particular with C Diplo, because it's not a center-based system or a lead-based system. It is a rank-based system. So it doesn't really matter how many centers you have, as long as you can find your way up to first place. And because of the shorter time limit and the more balance of power I feel that comes from that. The tops can be quite small while still being quite impactful. And it really often benefits its players who are able to just go with the flow for the first few years, avoid getting people mad at them, and keep a nice solid base while responding to other threats, and then coming out at the end when you've got an opportunity. And I think that sort of matches Conrad's personality. He never comes off as a very aggressive kind of player. And that really, I'm not surprised that benefited him in these preliminary games.
Yeah, I don't know the exact score system. I'm seeing a note that says it's modified C Diplo. I know that there is an element of centers that's involved in this scoring system, and you can see that by actually when we look at Brandon Austin's results, having this massive result. Maybe I'm stealing into the what you were going to say, but having this massive result in the second round really gave him a great score that made up for the kind of lousy result he had in the first round.
Yeah, it's a good segue, honestly, Adam, into Brandon's results, because I do want to loop back to those. If we're not going to be able to pull up the games, we might as well talk about them to some extent. Basically, if I pull up my notes here, again, his first Italy game didn't go that great. It was sort of a Western triple versus air type of deal. Lost Tunis early and just kind of fell one center behind Austria and Russia, and that sort of snowballed until Austria decided to stab him. But eventually, the West was really chaotic for a lot of it. Like the triple was sort of a thing that vanished after 0-1. And eventually an EG formed, and then England went into the Med. And basically, Brandon got knocked down to 3 centers at the end of 06, right as France was dying, and Austria decided to stab Russia for the top. And then he was able to recover 2 centers at the end of the game with supports from both Russia and Germany. So he got back up to 4. It was sort of a game where it really shows that, yes, his tactical defense of Venice and a couple of his other centers was not the most optimal. There was a key misorder on one turn where Austria lined up on Venice. He tried to move Apulia to Tuscany, which is not great. But he, again, managed to not get anyone mad at him. He was the victim of any aggression he had. And in the end, that made people okay with getting him into dots at the end. So let him end on a high note, despite it not being a great score. It was a 4-center, 5th place. So not a great start to the tournament, but at the same time, still plenty to come for him, as shown by the fact that he did eventually make this top board. Brandon, how are we on the tech stuff right now?
Not great.
That's all right. Okay, why don't you finish talking through the other? Really, give a quick overview of the games for Brandon.
Okay.
Brandon Fogel. Why don't we walk through these verbally, and you can cue up the next part for the top board.
Yeah. All right. So then for Brandon's round 2 board, this is really where things turn around for him, because it is a 17-center Turkish board top. And when I saw this result in the spreadsheet, and the fact that there was no sandbox for it, I thought, wait a minute, this is probably the best individual performance of the whole tournament. Like, we have to see this somehow. So I talked to Brandon last night about it. He says he can retrieve the physical order sheets to take pictures of and send to me so I can reconstruct the sandbox manually, and now we can't show it. So shout out to Brandon for making that possible, and his continued commitment to making the broadcast better, despite being a player himself this weekend. But sadly, we won't get to see that handiwork here. But the gist of that game is that, again, everything starts out as chaos from the very beginning. In spring 1901, I have shown that Austria went to Adriatic. Italy went for the Tyrolean attack. France went to Piedmont straight away. And the whole game was kind of defined by everyone else fighting everyone else except for Turkey. And guess who that benefits? Benefits Turkey. And in particular, there was an AR war in the early years of the game where he initially sided with Austria to take Sèvres and Rum, and then turned around and stabbed what remained of Austria later on alongside what remained of Russia. And then there was sort of a death war between France and Italy this entire time, because France opened to Piedmont, and there were some other miscommunications, I suppose, that prevented them from disengaging. So as all this was happening in the Balkans, where Turkey was just slowly getting bigger and bigger, well, not slowly, he was up to 8 centers by the end of 1903. In the meantime, Italy was just going west because they hated France that much. And again, that's a running theme. Eventually, Brandon was able to take Tunis and Venice without really too much fuss from Italy, because he still wanted Spain and Portugal more than that. And it really became a problem towards the end, because there came a point in spring 1906 where Brandon was up to 14. The stalemate line was solid in other places, but England had to navigate the situation where his French ally had been harried by Italians the entire game, to the point that the Italians could not now be removed from Iberia. but France simply would not allow them to survive or coexist. So England had to make the difficult decision of taking France's last 2 remaining centers. Oh, finally.
Yes, we got it. We have life here at DBN.
Okay, yeah, we've already talked about the Italy board. Can we please go to board 2J? Just have a little visual of this, because again, I went through the trouble of making the sandbox myself, so really proud of this one. And it is a funny game.
I don't have 2J.
It's in the spreadsheet. I didn't know where else to put it, but it is in the spreadsheet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where did you get that?
I made it myself with the orders that Brandon sent over.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That is totally news to me.
Yeah. I did the same thing for a couple boards at Whipping, but that was in an official capacity, so.
All right. You're going to have to give me a little bit to get this loaded.
I think we should probably just finish through the walkthrough, Patrick, and maybe we can kind of cover the other players, okay?
Yeah,
okay, that's fine.
Good.
That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, eventually England makes the decision to not take France's final 2 centers and kill them off to solidify the line with Italy. They choose to try and form a line with both France and Italy, and in the end, in my opinion, that game was only not a solo because Brandon ran out of time and couldn't get fleets on Iberia in time to punish all of that rigmarole that was happening. So a very strange game, a game where you could argue everything sort of fell into Brandon's lap to some extent, but at the same time, in a game where everyone was all too ready to hate each other, that's really the theme. Nobody really hated him until they were already dead. So it was a really good example of just keeping someone in, hope, keep giving someone hope that you'll work with them long enough for them to walk all their stuff away from you, and then you just walk straight into their stuff behind. That is a real talent to get someone to do that, and Brandon does it several times throughout the course of this game. So it was a really great performance that really helped bury the round 1 result a bit and put him on the map for sure for the top board and coming into round 3. But his round 3 game, I would love to cover when we get to Tanya, because they are neighbors in that game, and it is very much a situation of intertwined fates. So,
all right, we'll do that. So, if you had to summarize how Brandon made it to the top board, like what it was that was the through line for him, can you give us a 1-sentence summary?
He had a fair bit of bad luck and bad vibes in his first board, but he came back from that really strongly to navigate 2 other rounds that were set up better for him, but he still took advantage of really well.
All right, good. That is Brandon Austin's path to the top board.
Should we do Marcus?
Yes.
I'm happy to just quickly walk through Marcus's experience here. So Marcus Olsen is not a name that I think is super familiar with at least me on DBN, and I think it looks like I'm seeing from the background on Diplomacy TV, it looks like he's a player from Norway, and last played in the Netherlands Diplomacy Championship in 2024 and came in 18th place at that. But that and EDC this year are his only tournaments of record. So not clear if he's a experienced player who hasn't played a lot of face-to-face tournaments or a newer player, but obviously at a tournament of this size, it's great to see some new names and faces making the top 7. And Marcus did it with some pretty good performances. In his first game as Turkey, it was one of those games that seemed to be a lot of back and forth between the different. Okay, you have his round 3. I'll just go through the first 2 rounds really fast. Seems a lot of back and forth, but ultimately ended as a 3-way tie at an 8-center board top. So he ended up in that. In his second game, less of a successful result, coming in a modest 3rd place as France, but it was really the 3rd round game where he played actually right next to Conrad, England to Conrad's France, that really propelled him onto the top board, which was this ability to top the board really with just a solid, methodically played EF alliance that was really from the beginning just push through Germany, go get your benefits over the top as you could, make sure Russia is contained, which they were by an AT on the other side of the board, and just continue to push and push, and just get yourself into that position where no one can really do anything about it once it gets to the end of the game. You really just have the position locked up, and they actually locked it up at the end of 05. Now, this game could have continued, but Conrad probably felt good about where he was with his earlier strong results. And as far as the Eastern powers go, they seem to see the writing on the wall that this was going to be an EF game.
Yeah, and it looks like just glancing through this that the EF were able to use Russia and Germany, what was left of them, to help contain the AT. Because that would be a natural question: how does EF versus AT? How does EF get the upper hand? And it looks like that was the key here, and Italy as well.
Yeah, and I think again in a 1907 game, you're not necessarily concerned with getting the upper hand or continuing to push. You're just wanting to have more centers than what's available on the other side, and that was very clearly the case here.
Yeah, and I see Ed in the chat mentioning that Marcus is not very experienced, sort of reflecting his official tournament record. And it makes sense that, if you're a little newer to tournaments and you're just trying to find your footing or have a good time or something like that, then Conrad is a very good person to be next to for sure, because he, again, with his organizer roots, he's very much someone who's good at bringing people into a game, feeling welcome, and just offering them a good, honest, fun time. And that's what he's gotten here with this alliance, where he was able to just eventually lock up that indomitable English Northern position that you can put together sometimes. And it's what makes England such a fun country to play a lot of the time. So really well done here from Marcus. It's not a flashy game, but it's the kind of game that top board runs are built on in CDPLO for sure.
All right, so that is Marcus Lone's path to the top board.
Marcus
Olsen. Sorry,
Marcus
Olsen. Yes. What else can I mess up today?
Listen, he won Fandango. He's not going to win anything else this year. It's too much. Stop the Australian invasion.
All right, so Marcus Olsen and Brandon Austin, we have given some time to them. Conrad Woodring, Adam, you gave a bit of background about Conrad before. Which game of his would you like to have a look at?
Yeah, we could very briefly. We just saw his France to Marcus's England. We could very quickly go through his round one game, which led to a tie with his England. That's game 1I. If we can get that up.
All right, here we go.
There we go. Okay, and again, I think this is another one of those games. It's a very Conrad-style game. He finds his ally, he gets off to a strong start, and just puts himself in a really good position throughout the game. So, again, we can just kind of push through this really quickly, doing pretty normal stuff. In this case, going over the top against Russia, with Western Tripoli-style moves here, but clearly working with the Germans against the French here from early in the game, just methodically pushing in, working with the Germans, being a good ally, and getting his dots, not getting impatient, gets into Brest, gets into the mid-Atlantic, pushing around France, just moving, working well with the Germans, continues to work with them the whole time, and splits a board top with them. This is certainly a game where you could say, all right, actually nothing can happen because we're at the end of 1907. So, obviously, like in a longer term game, things could happen here. And it's a great long-term position for England, being as far south as Tunis in 1907. But really not a lot of stab opportunities. You've got Germany with that fleet in Belgium, which could be problematic. Of course, with Conrad building three here, all sorts of stuff would be on the table. But really nice alliance between Conrad and Hugh here gets them both to the shared top.
Yeah, there seems to be a certain school of thought that you can't really be a true alliance player in 1907 games. And we're seeing quite a few games that are kind of a counterpoint to that so far. Again, with Conrad just running a really good, clean alliance that gets him a nice bedrock score for the other rounds.
I think there's a little bit of a misperception that for 1907 games that you have to play them remarkably differently than a kind of standard time unlimited game. Now, there are things that it does affect, but if you think about the fact that most even time unlimited games probably end around 1907, 1908, and that I think is, at least in face-to-face tournaments, that's played out in many tournaments. Of course, you will always have those games that go out longer, but so starting out the game to kind of get yourself strong out of the gate, like I don't think that necessarily changes, and sometimes those alliances make sense and sometimes they don't. I think where things really change is around 1904. It becomes time limited, and if you're playing that really patient waiting game, at some point you can't continue to do that. You've got to make your move, and sometimes you have to do it before the timing is right because you're just going to run out of time if you don't.
Yeah, for those of our viewers who aren't aware, these games are all year limited at 1907. So the game ends by force after 1907. And that definitely has an effect, as our commentators have been pointing out, on how the gameplay evolves, certainly from the mid-game on. So around 1904 usually is when people start thinking about that. And it's a first-round game here, so there's a bit of an ethic right now in the hobby that first-round games and multi-round tournaments, especially with the top board, you sort of bank a decent score and go from there. It worked out for Conrad here, but it was close, right? He needed a board top in the last game in order to make it work. Real quickly on the elsewhere on the scoring system front, the scoring system here is C Diplo Namur, which is a variant of the old C Diplo. Still prioritizes topping the board. There's a big bonus for topping the board. So, a 9-8 is still pretty good. And you can see here from the scores, Conrad and Hugh shared 48 points. And that is 21 more than the third place player, Darcy Morris. So still decent incentive to share the top in the scoring system. All right, that brings us. That is Conrad Woodring's path to the top. Let's head on over to Andrew Yang and Patrick. I believe you were going to tell us about the number 4 seed.
I certainly was. And yeah, Andrew Yang is a fairly unknown player to us. I have confirmed, I'm reliably informed that he is not the same Andrew Yang that ran for U.S. president in 2020. Just had to check that. But yeah, he's sort of come out of nowhere in this tournament. And I really hope that some of the attendees in the chat can tell us a little more about him, because we only have one of his 3 games here, sadly, round 3, board D. But it's still quite a good game, an 11 center Italian top that we can take a lot from. So I hope... we got that. Yep, we got that. Micah saying in the chat, Andrew came from the London club games and it was his first tournament. Oh, wonderful. So another recruit from the burgeoning UK hobby that's really been growing a bit more in the last couple of years. That's great to see. But yeah, let's have a look at this game. So it's worth noting that, for context, in these first 2 rounds, Andrew is the only player to make this top board, if I remember correctly, that did not get a sole board top in either of the first 2 rounds. So that is going to inform a bit of what we see here. He needs to go into this board to really make a statement to make sure he can get on the top board. And he's good, and he does that. He goes straight into Venice, Trieste, Rome to Venice. He's going to kill Austria no matter what happens. Whatever happens after that, Jesus take the wheel territory. Follow 1. Austria is strangely choosing to ignore Italy for the most part and help Turkey attack Russia. So he's making even more enemies. In 1902, we have a wintergreen forming with this port into Vienna. And in the West, England seems to think that there's a Western triple, but France has other ideas. So France is suddenly committing their fleets to the north, which means Italy has even more room to prosecute this war in the Balkans with as many armies as his heart desires. And by 1903, Russia has already collapsed down to 3 centers to such an extent that he may not be a viable ally anymore against this Turkey that is out of the box. And that's why this game is themed for me out of the box and into a bigger box, because this IT is always going to have a small t in this game. We see he's continuing to go up into Warsaw. The Fleet Smyrna build is not a stab. He just does nothing with it. Andrew seems okay with it. Meanwhile, Andrew is going west and taking Portugal and Marseille, and oh my. And now France is kind of disintegrating as well, and Germany is growing, but Germany now has to spend those extra units to prop up France on a stalemate line. Otherwise, he's just going to break through and get an even bigger top. So we see a situation here develop here where Turkey actually, can we go back to Spring 06 real quick? Because Spring 06 is the best opportunity for a Turkish stab on Italy, right? He can walk into Serbia and Budapest here, go to Aegean Sea to take Greece, try and take Greece back, but he does no such thing. And why is that? It is because, yes, Nathan is 3 centers behind Andrew at the moment, but at the same time, Germany is still on 10, right? He's only 1 center behind Italy right now. So it's in a situation where if Turkey stabs Italy with 2 years to go, then Germany will very easily benefit more from that than Turkey would. So it's sort of a catch-22 situation for Turkey here. And as we go into 1907, by this time, he's kind of passed up the stab that he had, and now he just has to be content with the result, and it's a draw.
Yeah, so there's another year to go here. I think you can see why Andrew draws. And you've given a good explanation for why Turkey would draw. You think Germany should have drawn here, or taken out another year?
I mean, if Germany doesn't really have any growth prospects left unless France or Russia is specifically willing to throw in centers with that Liverpool fleet mainly. So yeah, if they're not willing to do that, then there's not much of a reason to continue. Andrew, in this game, he managed 2 different threats using 2 very different but intertwined methods, right? He allowed Germany to grow, but not to the extent of overtaking it, and he forced Germany to use all of that strength in a very specific defensive way with 2-pronged pressure from Iberia and from the stalemate line in the east. And as a result of that, because Germany had a lot of strength but was just pigeonholed by the Italian pressure, Turkey couldn't really stab Italy, because once that pressure goes away, then Germany could punish them for it, especially with taking Warsaw and Moscow to get that top. So very, very well played game from Andrew. Very mature play for someone who is apparently so new.
All right, so if we can take something away from this one game that we've been able to see of Andrew's, it does seem to be that there's a diplomatic skill being displayed here and being able to manage that IT relationship. In your opinion, is that the sort of the key takeaway from Andrew here?
It definitely is, yeah. And Nathan Lester is no shout as well. By the way, he is the son of Dan Lester, as Ed reminded us in the chat. He was at the UK National Championship this year as his first tournament, which I commentated, and he won the second place top board. So he finished 8th place overall in the tournament. No slouch. So this is not a situation where where Andrew just got an easy ally and who was okay with a second or third place. This was a situation where he actually had to manage the board fully, and he did it to great effect.
All right. Thanks, Patrick. That is Andrew Yang's path to the top board, as much as we were able to see with the sandboxes that we were given. That brings us up to Philip Weissert, who was Karthik's charge.
Yeah, I took a quick look at Philip's game. So Philip is a longtime European player. He has had some pretty good results over the years, and I think is known as a very strong player. Has played in many tournaments over the last probably 2 decades. And so we only have one of his games sandboxed, which is an interesting one. In his first game, he had a modest 7-center Russia that came in 3rd place. I think that was on the same board as Andrew Yang, where Andrew had tied for the top on that board. But Philip did have a strong second game where with a 10-center German board top. But it's his 3rd round game 3A. That's the one that we have a sandbox for. And this is just an odd game. So let's take a quick look at it. So Philip makes this opening that looks like he's going to put both armies into Iberia, but instead just takes 1 center in 1901, builds another army. Germany builds 3, and England builds that fleet in London. And so what does Philip do? He convoys back to Brest to have the protection against the English Channel and supports himself to Burgundy. But England goes north anyway, and all is well. So we can convoy Brest back because why not do that, right? At the same time, he gets Russian support into Munich because that's what you do in this position. And so now he's got 2 builds in 1902, and let's see what he puts down really quick. He puts down 1 army because what do you need another fleet is France for, and why do you need to continue to have builds? Now let's just take a quick look at the other side of the board. We've got Toby Harris doing pretty well as Russia, maybe an RT type of thing going on there. Not exactly clear. Austria getting slammed by everybody around them. Okay, let's go into spring 1903, and we've got going down from Munich into Tyrolia. Well, because we're going to attack Italy without any fleets, because we don't really need fleets to attack Italy. We'll just take Venice this way. England is kicking Toby out of the north. Germany, kind of a Western Tripoli type of thing, with Germany being all good about Philip being in France. And then going into the fall here, we're going to take Venice by walking in. Because there's nothing that Italy can do about it. We'll take Belgium just for fun. We'll bounce Munich. So now we've taken 3 more dots. So now we're at 8 centers at the end of 1903, and we have, I think, 4 builds going. But we're actually going to make our builds this time, because that's what we do when we're playing France, and we actually want to win the board. But not only do we want to win the board going into the spring of 1904, we're walking out of Venice because why not? Just moving things around. We're in the English Channel, but not only do we want to win this board, we want to win this board after spring of 1904, and indeed that's what happens here.
Wow.
Because clearly we didn't come here to play diplomacy. We came here to give Philip Weissert a 1903 board top.
Wow.
I don't know. I mean, good for you, Philip, for making this happen. That's all I can say. Good for you for making this happen.
That was a manic set of turns. I will say it's important to note that Ed said in the chat here, Toby was 10th going into this round and needed a result. It is the last round before the top board, right? So there will be some people here who are kind of out of contention, barring shenanigans. So if Toby was the only other person who
No, but
really,
that's actually
yeah.
not the case. And what's really strange about it is that Francisco in Turkey, who has the best position in this game aside from France, was in contention with a result.
It was?
Yes.
What?
So Francisco had a board top in round 1 and a medium result in round 2. So a strong result in this game for Turkey, I think, could have at least put them close to contention, if not into the top board.
Wow.
That's fascinating. Probably Francesco, by the way. Looks like an Italian name here. It'd be fascinating to understand what the psychology was going on here. If anyone in the chat has any insight here, that would be helpful. One thing we do have is an interview that Ed Sullivan did with Philip Weissert, the number 3 seed. So it's just a minute and a half. I think we're going to throw it on here and see if we get any insight as to what happened.
All right, welcome to Back Channel. We're doing pregame interviews at the top board, and we have Philip Weissert.
Correct.
Where are you from?
I am originally from Germany. I do live in Austria now, but I learned to play diplomacy in the US.
Okay, you have a multinational coalition of diplomacy knowledge here.
Absolutely.
Everyone has been saying how great you've been playing. I heard about you even before I started playing.
Everybody.
Then you make the top board. What's the strategy? Have you had a top board before?
It's my first top board, no? So there's no strategy. Also, if I didn't work out. But no, I'm just happy to be there.
Okay.
Thrilled.
Okay, you have to be truthful with the viewers.
Ah.
The viewers expect truth.
That is the truth.
So, what seed are you picking?
I don't know. It depends on what the others perform.
Sure, but what are you currently? The 4th seed, I think, or the 3rd seed?
Something, yeah, third or second, like, I hope.
You're definitely not 2nd.
Oh, what am I picking at?
Yeah. 3rd. Okay.
Third, sorry.
So, do you have an idea of? Do you want to drop down? Is there a country you'd like to play?
No, since I didn't play with most of the other people, I thought I'd go high up.
As high as you
I
can.
At least can play a country I like, because the only person I really played with on the top board is Conrad. So the others are...
And are you worried about anybody? Is anybody bringing fear to you?
No.
Your heart is not trembling.
Absolutely not.
It's just a diplomacy game.
It's just a diplomacy game.
It's supposed to be fun.
It is. It will be.
All right. It's the Dutch.
That's just quintessential Ed for you, showing up to the stream when he's at the tournament, even more so than Karthik.
Great to put some faces and voices to our top board players. Great to see Philip there. I believe I met Philip in the 2007 World DipCon in Vancouver. So he's been at this game for a while. Wow. And been doing really well. So.
All right, so that was Philip Weissert. Next up in our list, he was the number 3 seed. We now have number 2 seed Tanya Gill. And remind me who was charged with telling us about Tanya?
That would be moi.
That would be Patrick. All right, tell us what you got.
All right, so Tanya is a pretty good player, as many of us will know, despite her not being as active recently. And she topped all of her boards. One of them is a shared top, but that's splitting hairs. She topped all of them. So let's go to round 1B real quick, because it's an Austria game. And if there's one thing we know about Tanya, it's that she really likes talking about how to play Austria in particular. So let's see if she walks the walk here. Immediately, it's clear that Smyrna to Armenia has happened, which means Turkey and Russia are fighting, and that is just great already. Meanwhile, you've got Italy supporting France into Munich, which is very unusual. But yeah, we're just going to keep going through here. Solid EG is forming all of a sudden after a messy start to the game for the West. Bulgaria falls, and it seems like there's going to be an air at first, but all of a sudden it's actually just an AI, because you don't offer Austria-Romania as Russia and expect to get away with it without getting stabbed later. We continue. Italy's in Galicia. Italy's in the GNC. There's a lot of trust in this AI relationship. And stop here. Bulgaria to Khan gets in. There was no guarantee whatsoever that it would get in. It's a bit lucky, but it does give Tanya a crucial extra dot when Italy probably wasn't expecting her to get that extra dot. So that's a small advantage already, building up slightly. Let's keep going. And now, Russia's not a problem. Actually, we're just going to kill Turkey and go straight west, because that is what we need to do right now. EG is moving too quickly. And Russia seems okay with this. They're going to do a ceasefire. They're going to be awesome and great. And follow for, again, pause, important turn. England gets in a Mediterranean Sea. Italy has units scattered in Caen, Piedmont, Prussia, Tunis. They don't have a very good coordinated position right now. And on top of that, look what Aegean just done. They've supported Tanya out of Turkish-controlled Ankara into Italian Smyrna. So Italy is not even building from this position when they really, really could use a fleet roam to deal with that English raider a bit better. So a lot of small positional problems already building up for Sabi here in Italy. And the theme of this game is everyone needs a protected big sister in their life, but they have to be bigger than you. That's a condition for Tanya to ally. So let's keep going and see how that continues to happen.
I mean, the question here is, right, was the Aegean support unwelcome or not? Do you have a sense knowing what happens next?
There's no real way to know, but it's good for Tanya. That's all we can really conclude from this. But yeah, in spring of 1905, all the rigmarole is dropped. France and Turkey have both vassalized themselves to their respective assailants, so they are now going to lock up the Med even further. And then in the fall, very important, Turkey, they thought they were an AI janissary, but no, England's forced them into Tunis. So once again, Turkey causing massive problems for Sabi specifically. So whatever Tanya thinks about this, Steve, I think it's pretty clear what his agenda is at this point. And notably, Smyrna holds, so Turkey builds from this position.
Yeah, wow.
I don't know why Tanya, I guess Tanya didn't take Ankara here because she needed that fleet in Ionian. She needed it, but if Turkey has other ideas and doesn't tell her, then what you gonna do?
That's such a brilliant play by Spiros. That's such a brilliant play.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
But
anyway,
why not a fleet here in Ankara? That's the question. Anyway, move on.
I mean, yeah, spring 06, Tanya's dislodged from Piedmont. Oh no, she has to retreat into a wide open Venice. It's better than it being open to France, right? But it's okay. She's an alliance player. Remember, guys. So in the fall, she's going to get support into Ankara from Italy, and in exchange, she'll kindly walk out of Venice because she doesn't need that to top the board. Why would she stab to top the board if she doesn't need to? And then end of the year, she's at 9 while Germany's at 8, England's at 6. Spring 07, game over. A year early. And the theme of this game really is that Tanya is an amazing alliance player, and it's on full display here. Small positional problems just built up for Italy all the time with raiders and an angry Turkey and all sorts of stuff. And she generously helped with, but in ways that gained her own small advantages, and eventually the game-winning dot in Ankara. She ended on 5 more than Italy, her ally, without ever needing to stab, and she put herself in a position where the West had to stab someone to beat her. So really, really well done, and a strong statement out of the gate for Tanya in this tournament.
Yeah, and you're using the term alliance player ironically there, I think. Most people tend to think it means being a good ally. You're saying a good alliance player in this case because she is managing an alliance in a way that does not irritate her alliance partner, but advantages her considerably more.
Exactly. The whole point of being a good alliance player is about running an alliance with your other player that you don't stab them, but you find other ways to get ahead of them just naturally. And that's exactly what happened here to a very major extent with the 5 center difference.
Yeah, good at winning while being an alliance player maybe is a clarification. Okay, was there another game you wanted to look at?
Absolutely. Let's go to round 2. Round 2 board, what is it? Board E, where she plays France and gets another 9 center lone board top. So it's a sort of a similar game, but there's still lessons to be taken from it. So follow 1. Let's go there. England gets support into Belgium from both parties. So he's the one so Jason Massbaum, amazingly, is the one that everyone wants to work with. How'd that happen? Crazy. Let's go to winter. What does Jason do? He builds Army London Fleet Eddie, the most pro-French builds he could possibly do. But Russia, Fleet North Coast, not good for England. So it looks like EF versus GR. And what happens there? France usually wins out of that. So more fighting in Scandinavia, but it's actually a Western triple. It was actually a Western triple this whole time. And Germany supports France into Belgium. Seems like England's okay with this, even though he didn't get the army into Norway. Another fleet Marseille, and Tanya dropped down at exactly the right time in follow 2 to get a guarantee on Tunis. And that's the important dot that it's really going to win her the game in the same way that Ankara won Tanya the game in round 1. So let's keep going to see how that happens. 1904, Germany loses Berlin to the east, and now England and France have decided, you know what? You can't rebuild those units. You can't really use all your units right now. So we're going to help you by taking your dots and putting more units on the line to reinforce what you got left. We're nice people, right? Right, Germany? So England gets into Sweden, France gets Belgium, they're all getting stuff. EF continues to push forward, and now Austria stabs Russia. So there's a break in the east as well. Things somehow get even better for them. EF continues to push forward here as the AR war gets nastier. Italy is now piling on Austria as well, which allows France into Tyrrhenian Sea. It's just a bit of a mess. Tanya remains 1 dot ahead at this point of England, as they have been for the whole game. There's an important thing we missed a couple years ago. Could we go back to follow 4, I think? Yeah,
but you're going to have to talk about this when we come back.
Follow 5, actually. Here. So Tanya, Holland supports Baltic into Kiel. This is another very convenient thing that Tanya was able to do because, oh, Russia's going to be under fire from Austria here and possibly Italy. So we got to give them a build instead of you, England. Sorry, you'll have to stay one center behind me because, this is what makes sense for if all our units are the same color, right? We're still building because I'm still building. So we can give Russia the extra center to shore up that side.
Yeah, and England is getting position in Baltic here, right? So it's not a terrible thing for England here.
Yeah, but the point remains, you could have just supported Denmark straight into Kiel if you so chose, but that's not what happened here. And then 506, England gets into Warsaw with Russian help. Greece falls, Munich falls, Germany is not dead.
So Kiel is left here. There's a 2-on-2 bounce between France and England here. Any thought on why that might have happened, or is this
because Tanya wants to keep her advantage, and she is managing her border with England in such an amazing way here and you see it with the Fleet Brest build to defend Channel in the final year. Like, she is not being a fully loyal ally here. She is doing what she has to do towards the end of the game, where England might start to think of taking dots to catch up to stop that from happening. And again, the game draws a year early.
Wow.
Now, in my opinion, this was a really big diplomatic coup from Tanya to get this draw because, again, look at the East. Moscow is on the table for England. Berlin is potentially on the table for England, even if it means giving France Kiel. You can contest that in the fall, right? So there is play for Jason here, without a doubt. But Tanya was able to manage the board in such a way that Jason, sure, he could maybe tie if he kept going for another year, but he's probably not going to lone top. So it's just another really great instance of solid, less solid alliance play in terms of loyalty, but more solid alliance play in terms of keeping that early advantage and snowballing it into a successful lone top.
Yeah, interesting. And Jason Massbaum is, not one that's known for, being patient or taking scraps. So, all right, well done. Take us into round 3 for Tanya as well.
Yep. So this is the game I postponed earlier from Brandon's side as well. So this is a really interesting one, and I want to spend some time on this, hopefully. So if we go to board 3H, Tanya plays England. We have a certain Brandon Austin in Russia. And coming into this game, remember, Tanya sees that Brandon has just come off a near solo in round 2 as Turkey. So she knows he means business. And I'm just flicking over to my notes here. So she ends up neighbors with Brandon, but let's see what happens in follow 1. So it's a Western triple, possibly. Germany gets into Belgium. There is the convoy fail into Belgium, but that is going to be it's going to be smoke and mirrors, actually. So let's keep going. Kiel Lepanto in the east. That's fun, but we're not going to talk about that too much. Yep, it's a Western triple, although it's a slow-moving one as Baltic isn't supported for some reason by Germany. But Sweden falls. France goes into the Med, albeit slowly, with one fleet. And we're just going to keep going. Fleet Marseille into St. Pete. There's a step this turn. This is important. So supposedly it's a Western triple, right? That's what's supposedly happening here. But Tanya could have convoyed that Yorkshire army into Norway to go into St. Pete this year. She did not. She's taking it with a fleet. And she's removing her ability to convoy that army into St. Pete in the future. Curious. If I'm Germany, I'm looking at that and thinking, why would England do that? I'm sure it was just a mistake. And in the meantime, in the south, hold on.
I'm sorry.
Back to spring? Yeah. In the meantime, in the south, wait a minute. Why is Russia stabbing Austria? That's not something you do when you have to defend from a Western triple. What the heck's going on here? And we go to the fall. And, oh no, Tanya's in North Sea. Why is she in North Sea again? She could have just moved Yorkshire to Eddie to convoy the army away instead. This is getting fishier. And again, 2-dot stab for Brandon on Austria. So he is slowly gaining strength as this is happening. Oh no, convoy to Belgium, into Skagerrak, Russia into Kiel. This is quite bad. France hasn't piled on yet. That's the one silver lining we have here. France is just happy to keep focusing on Italy in the Med and getting nothing from it. And the fall, Denmark falls, Holland falls. England is so confident, Tanya is so confident of her eternal friendship with Brandon here that she doesn't even support the convoy to Holland. Doesn't need to. It's all good. It's all copacetic. They're the bestest of friends. In the winter, more builds for both sides. Isn't this amazing? They're tied on 8. It's such a great alliance. Spring 05. The Balkans are just falling to Russia further. And then, Kiel falls. And now France is in Burgundy trying to get their pound of flesh. Spring 06. ER just continuing to roll and finish off Germany. Russia's getting stuff in the Balkans, including Vienna. Turkey gets a slice of the pie as well with Bulgaria and Greece. France still hasn't gotten anything in the Med, by the way, just while all this has been happening. France has been happy to do exactly what they were doing before. And then in 07, look at this. Tanya could have taken both Denmark and Berlin here for a strong 12-center sole top, but she chooses not to because she doesn't need to, because it's at the top board next round. And the theme of this game for both of them is, I'll stab anyone to get ahead, except you. You're my best friend. Really, because this is the only game we've seen so far where Tanya actually stabs somebody, and yet it's the game that will show her out, that will show Brandon more than any other that she is a trustworthy person. Because even when it looked like she was going to go after him, she probably pitched this plan to him in 01 or 02, and Brandon, he gave lip service to it. Okay, fine, but wasn't sure if she'd actually go through with it. But she did. She pivoted to an ER, and it worked out really well for both of them in the end. And this is all about bringing a friend onto the top board. Rather than going for the best result you possibly can, just get the result that gets you onto the top board with an advantage of some kind, diplomatically. And that's what happened.
Yeah, all right. So thanks. You've done a really nice job of laying out Tanya's strengths to have all three games to be able to analyze them. It's hard not to notice here, however, that this result got Tanya to the number 2 seed and Brandon to the number 6 seed. And so I think a question I'll have going forward, we'll have to see how this resonates on the top board, is did Brandon miss an opportunity here to get a better placement and get some more advantage for himself on the top board? Do you have any thoughts about that?
I don't think so, because first of all, the bad round 1 is very hard to recover from, given the results of the other players we've seen here. Like, that's just such a standout poor result from everything else we've sseen. And also, in this game in particular, Brandon doesn't really have ways to maximize his result further, right? The ball is in Tanya's court here, fully, if she wants a better result to go over the 1 seed. But maybe she figured McCall is out of reach, or maybe she figured that the help of Brandon is that the goodwill with Brandon is more valuable. That's what I would think. I don't mind being 2 seed and having a friend over
Adam,
being 1 seed and having none.
Adam, do you have any thoughts about that?
I tend to agree with Patrick. I think the direction of this board was more dictated by Tanya's position than Brandon's, and I think he did the best he could. I think he, if he wanted to be in a stronger position to be able to go for the top, he probably needed to make some different choices around how he played with Tanya in the mid game, and that might have resulted in a worse result, as it turned out, right? So I think this made a lot of sense for the way Brandon went about it.
And one more note for Brandon in round 3 as well. He was double boarding in round 3. He was playing an Austria game that we don't have the sandbox for. He ended on 2. It did not go well for him, naturally. It was a 10-10-10-2-2. And one of the people who stabbed him down to that size was a certain Michalis Camaridis. So the plot thickens.
All right. We'll look forward to that. We do have an interview with Tanya Gill, so here it is.
All right. Welcome to Back Channel. We're going to be a little quiet. The Dutch have a lot of rules. One of the rules is they're very quiet people.
I'm also a quiet person.
Well, your game is speaking loudly, Tanya. You are the second best player in the prelims. Now, top board time. You were not good enough. You had only 1/3 of a cent or more to get.
Yeah, if I had just calculated 1/3 of a cent or more, I could have been first. It's okay. We'll let McCallus have the target on his back.
That's right. Let McCallus. Do you have any advice? What are you going to do? Well, we're not broadcasting. They can't hear it.
Mm-hmm.
You're picking second. Are you going to drop down? Do you have a plan? Or are you just going to play it by feel?
I was going to play it by feel, but I'm very hungover, so we don't know if my is correct. But Ed, I'm thinking of dropping down below Phil and taking Italy.
Wow.
Which is not my usual play. I was going to go for Germany, but I've been told the meta against Germany is just too bad. I don't know. I'll see.
I'm not going to give you any advice. I can say, though, that you can make excuse be over. I went with you guys last night, and there were 5 of the finalists when I left at 1 a.m. We're still out there drinking. So, you can't be that much worse than everybody else.
Yeah. Well, they didn't need to know that. You didn't have to reveal
This
me
is
like
Ed
that.
calling Tanya out on the excuses, but we're not going to need it because you know how good her game is. I've never seen her play a top board in person except when she's beating me.
This is my first top board in person.
Face to face.
Yes.
All right. Best of luck, Tanya.
Thank you, Ed.
All right, that's Tanya Gill. Yes, let's move on. So we've heard about Tanya. Thank you, Patrick, for giving us the lay of the land there. That leaves us with Michalis Camaridis. And Adam, I believe you are the one to talk about it.
Yeah, one thing you mentioned earlier, Brandon, is that sometimes there is this tendency to go easy in the first round, get a nice, good result, and use that as a springboard for the for the rest of the tournament. I think the Michalis Camaridis school of diplomacy is get big fast, get big often, and get as big as you possibly can and dominate.
Yes.
And this is exactly what Michalis does in the 3 qualifying rounds of this tournament. Okay, we only have one of his games sandboxed, and we'll talk through that. That's his second game of the tournament. But the first game of the tournament, he comes out with a bang as Germany and ends ranked first with 11 centers. We'll get to the second round in a moment. That was his biggest result of the tournament. But again, in the third round, he was part of that big 10-10-10 result with Italy, and again, strong pushing. Probably didn't need the top there, but still pushing for a strong result to put himself in the best final position as possible. But let's look at that second round game, which I think is really defining and really a master class given to us on how to play Austria by Michalis. So a very standard opening, but I think the thing that we have to notice here is the misorder by Russia in 1901, which is really just very painful and devastating. The St. Petersburg to Baltic opening. These things happen in tournaments, but this is really going to pave the way for where this game goes. Also notice that Sev went to Armenia without getting bounced out of there, allowing Turkey to get into the Black Sea and that army just to be stuck there that Russian fleet to be stuck there in Armenia, which is just not a helpful place for it to be. So let's see what Michalis does from here. He does the normal moves. He goes back up into Galicia and lets Turkey take Romania. And now we're going to roll the AT, but we're going to do this in a way that is just dominant for Austria. So let's watch as what he does in 1902. No, Bulgaria. We don't need Bulgaria. We're going to keep pushing forward. You're going to push me forward. You're going to get into Armenia, but you don't need Bulgaria. You need to take out Russian centers, and Bulgaria can remain unowned for right now. Look at this. We're in Warsaw in 1902 with Austria, and we have Italy going in the other direction when you're running an AT. So is this an AIT or is this something else? Well, we're continuing to play it as, it is not an AIT. I'm so sorry.
Who could have seen this coming?
This is something entirely different. This is an AT, and we are just walking into Italian dots.
Wow.
Italy is mine. 1903. We own Italy. There's nothing you can do, so you might as well. Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay.
So you might as well just continue pounding on France and making sure the West is all screwed up. And look at that. We have exactly that happening. Italy knows that he's about to get it done, get it by Michalis, but whatever, I'm just going to go continue pounding on France. I'm not pulling those fleets back to defend myself. I've got Germany going after France, and so the AT is free to do whatever the heck it wants to do. And indeed, this is Michaelis's play. Notice again, Bulgaria still unowned in 1903. Here come two fleets by the Turks.
Well, let's take a moment and just acknowledge Andreas Krohn in Turkey getting into St. Pete at the end of 03.
Yeah. Thank you for, yes. Okay. Oh, we're going to take Bulgaria, but we're going to take it with a fleet because Michalis would never let you take Bulgaria with an army. You can't do that in an AT when Michalis is playing Austria, right? You're going to do this exactly the way I want you to do it. And so now we have two fleets that are inside the Black Sea doing absolutely nothing productive, but making sure that Michalis doesn't have to cover anything in the Balkans, right? We're continuing.
That doesn't stop him from keeping those armies there.
That's right. That's right.
Anyway, go on. Please continue.
They won't be there. They won't be there long, though. So let's keep pushing forward because here we go into Silesia, into Bohemia, into Tyrolia, Turkey's into Prussia. We are just pushing and pushing and pushing. And look now. Oh, I guess it's okay if I take Bulgaria, right? Turkey, you're all right with that. Okay, wow. Going into fall 1905. Yep, Bulgaria is now Austrian. Okay. We're going to take that back, says Andreas. But we're all good with this because why does it matter? Because when you're Austria and you have Marseille and you have Berlin and Munich at the end of 1906, there's not a lot that's going to stop you, even with a bunch of Turkish units behind. Because what is Turkey doing? Turkey is flooding armies into Scandinavia. And if they're flooding armies into Scandinavia, they're certainly not flooding armies into the Balkans or into Austria. This is just amazingly managed by Michalis. We're at 13 centers at the end of 1906. We might as well just end it here because there's no way. No, we're going to play another year. Why? Because Michalis doesn't want to end with 13. He wants to end bigger than that. And here he goes. We're going to take a pot shot at Romania. We're going to get Kiel. All right, we're at 14.
Wow. Impressive. Very, very impressive. So, all right, if you're going to try to sum up the skills that you have just seen on display here that describe Michalis Kamaridis, what's the summary, Adam?
I think what we saw is aggressive play from the beginning of the game and incredible alliance management. Incredible work. He did not need to stab Turkey. He did not need to move against Turkey. In fact, he let Turkey's at 12 centers. I mean, this is a great result, a good result for his ally. Obviously, not as good as a board top, but a good result for his ally. So played a good alliance, but played very tight in what he would tolerate for his ally to do. And his ally went along because either they didn't feel like they had any other option or just Michaelis's force of will. As far as the rest of the board, he managed to keep the West in chaos, which let basically him and Turkey have their way with this board.
Yeah, it feels like this has become now the theme of most of the games that we've looked at here, and that being a reliable and trustworthy ally, but in a way that advantages you much more than your ally, is actually a good way to play this game. Is actually a recipe for success in this game. And I don't know if that has changed over time or if that's just how it's always been, but that does appear to be what we've seen today. We do have an interview with Michalis Kamaridis. Why don't we have a listen to it and a watch? And here it is.
All right, welcome to Back Channel Interview. I've taken over here on the top board. I'm here with Michalis Kamaridis. First of all, I pronounced your name correctly.
You did.
Second of all, we can notice, viewers and listeners,
you guys can't hear that either, right?
That I can
We hear
attest
it.
pre-exists any drinking that may have occurred last night. What happened?
I in the week before the tournament, and by the first round it had started turning to laryngitis, and yesterday was even worse than this. I could barely talk whatsoever, but I suffered and struggled through.
This has been a boon for your game. You not being able to talk has led you to be the #1 seed, exceeding all other players by a hefty 0.67 margin over Tanya.
Crucial 0.67
You get to be first. You've had top board success, failure, then success. Now you're in the pasture of where everything's great for you. What's the strategy going in? Are you going to drop? Are you going to play out? Pick whatever country. What are you going to do?
I don't like France. France is what you should pick if you're picking first, so I will not be picking first. I will drop, and I will see how other people have dropped. And because I also know Tanya does not like picking France, so if Tanya is the next seed, she's probably not going to pick France if she ends up picking first. So if Tanya is picking first, I'll probably drop to at least third.
Okay. And is there anyone in the field that you would like to play next to?
Not really. I mean, I've played with most of them. I've never played with Marcus the Norwegian. No, I have. I played with him once at NDC last year in the Netherlands. I never played with Andrew Yang, and I've sort of never played with Philip Weissert, except that when I first started on WebDip, like 15 years ago, he, by the moniker of The Wizard, was one of the top 3 players on that website in sort of a legendary bracket by himself with Mad Mox and Babak. So it's quite interesting to finally meet him in person.
All right, look, I know you got a game to prepare for, lots of things to think about. Best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
All right, I was not able to hear that for some reason, so I'm going to rely on the two of you to provide a bit of analysis about it. Would either of you like share your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm shocked. Hold on. How did Michalis get these kinds of scores with laryngitis? That is just an absolutely incredible effort. Of course, they joke, Ed jokes, as he always does, that, oh, you talk less so you get better results. But at the same time, like, Michalis is one of the main benefits of his playstyle is that he is just absolutely magnetic to talk to. He pulls you into a conversation and does a really good job of convincing you that his way to approach a turn is probably the right way.
It's just the Jedi mind trick. These are not the centers you're looking for.
The fact that he's been handicapped like that and is just doing as well as he ever has on any of these boards, like it's just awesome to see him push through like that. And I'm really excited to see what happens on the top board. Adam, you said something about the Paris method. You want to talk about that?
Well, I think, yeah. So, I mean, we're going to see some selection where selection of powers for the top board. I guess we're going to cue that up in a moment where Basically, starting with the bottom, folks will get the option to choose where in the picking order they want to go, and that will progress as we get up to the top. And then they will select down 1 through 7. And then the only disadvantage to choosing higher in the picking order is if there is a tie in centers at the end of the top board, then the person who chose later will win that tiebreaker. And Brandon, do you know, is the top board also a 1907 game, or are they allowing that to go on?
Let me see. I asked Micah about that. Do you know?
They're all 1907. Yeah.
Okay.
McCullough mentioned that he would drop down in the picking order to see
Yeah,
what,
I think
what other people did.
that's fascinating. That's actually pretty uncommon. Generally, the top seeds like to choose early, but he wants to see where other people are going to play, which is also interesting in looking at his answer to Ed's question. You know, who do you want to play next to? He really said he didn't really care. But with another breath said that I want to drop down so I can see where people are. So he obviously has something in mind, and there's probably certain people who he doesn't want to be next to if in certain positions. So he probably has a sense of what he wants to happen on this board.
Yeah.
All right, just 1 second. We'll be able to have a look at the power selection filmed live in person. Do you guys really quickly though? Patrick, have you played on a top board yet? In person?
Not a real one, sadly.
What do you mean?
I mean, I've done a couple on Diplo's draft tournaments. Not the same.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, Adam, then you've played on several top boards in your time, both in person and online. Do you have a preference as to whether you like to drop down or stay where you are?
I don't know that I've ever been seated, 1, 2 to necessarily have, that level of choice going in. But actually, my preference actually is to choose towards the middle because I can start to get a sense of what the different theaters are going to look like, and make some choices based on my comfort level, both with players and with countries. I have a little bit of options. If I choose first, sure, I can get France probably if I want that, but I may end up with an unfavorable pairing next to me. So yeah, I do actually like to choose around third, fourth, fifth, something like that.
Yeah, that's my preference as well. I tend not to think that the power matters as much as the placement and having the tiebreaker advantage. So that's generally my preference as well. All right, here is how it happened. We're going to have a look, and then we will come back and give our analysis, and then we will actually look at some moves from the top board.
Usually you pick 7, and then people will choose to go either before or after. 7 moves, yeah. Fantastic. Brandon.
I will go before Marcus.
Okay. Conrad.
I will go before Marcus.
Okay.
Sorry, before Brendan. Before both of them.
Right, okay.
That order we put in.
Let's see, then we have Andrew. We have Philip.
Before Andrew.
We have Tanya.
After Philip.
After Philip and Michaelis.
After Tanya.
After Tanya. Okay, Philip, you have first pick.
England.
England. Please grab a label and write England. Tanya, who do you pick?
Italy.
Italy for Tanya. Michaelis, who do you pick?
Russia.
Okay. Andrew, who do you pick?
Austria.
Conrad, who do you pick? France. Brandon, who do you pick?
What is it? Germany and Turkey?
Turkey, yes.
I'll go with Germany.
Germany. Marcus, it means you're Turkey. So if everyone writes them down.
All right, that is the power selection, and give me a second. I will get it up on screen. Any surprises from? Panel?
France going 5th. Conrad could not have expected that. Picking England first isn't that crazy. Like, I get why Philip would do that, but France not being taken by Tanya or McCullough. It's interesting because Tanya said in her interview with Ed that she would drop down and pick Italy specifically. So that's not informed by any particular choice that others made. But the fact that McCullough responded to that, not with France, but with Russia, I'm not really sure what that means, to be honest. I'd love to get Adam's thoughts on that. And then Andrew picking Austria 4th is also notable, willingly being squeezed between probably the 2 top threats on this board.
I mean, I think Michalis taking Russia was less of a surprise than Andrew jumping in with Austria in that position, because I agree with you. I'm not sure I would necessarily want to be jumping in with Austria with Michalis and Tanya, being right in between Michalis and Tanya. But I think Michalis picking Russia it's a country he's very comfortable with and feels like he can get off to a good start off the gate with. So. And probably knows that he can work really well with Tanya in a wintergreen if the opportunity presents itself. I'm guessing that he's probably not played too much with Philip, so that might be needing to get some feel out there. The biggest surprise for me was Andrew taking Austria in that position, especially with France available. Would have seemed to me to be the natural pick there, but it just may be that Andrew's very comfortable with Austria and that's what he wants. So we'll see how that goes for him.
All right, Brandon had a choice between Germany and Turkey, and actually was a little surprised. I kind of thought Brandon would just go for Turkey there. Yeah, any thoughts, Patrick, on what might have motivated that choice?
I mean, there's a reason why Turkey is the last pick almost always, or if not Turkey, then Austria. Then they're both just very risky. You can easily be dogpiled in 3 or 4 years, so it's good to have that. At least Germany sort of has that same problem, but at least you have the central position, so you can influence the board in ways that you wouldn't be able to if you're stuck in the box before that happens. So it's the safer choice, I'd say, from Brandon, and I'm so glad Germany didn't get picked last because I think Germany slander is terrible and it should get picked 3rd or 4th more often.
Well, you did hear Tanya sort of acknowledging that there's a meta, that the meta in the hobby right now is anti-Germany. So she shied away from it despite a predilection for it. Adam?
Yeah, I don't know that I would necessarily be thinking about that on the top board, but I do agree that that when you're playing on a top board, I think your first consideration is to survive, and not be one of the odd people out of the gate. And just there is so much temptation to just jump on Turkey, especially on a top board, because if you're one of the powers around Turkey, your neighbors are going to be willing to do that because it puts them in the same position where they can survive out of the gate, right? And so there's just such a temptation for that I think Turkey is really the biggest at risk for that. Any of the Western powers, I think, can end up pairing up in any number of ways. So I think you're giving yourself a chance, but Turkey can just be really devastating to play it in a top board.
Yeah.
All right. So here are the players on the map. Having a look at this, where the players are placed relative to one another, I'm going to ask the two of you to give some predictions for how you think the game might go, and also how you think it might start out, and then also who you think is the favorite, who you would pick based on just the starting positions and what you know about these players and how they've performed so far. And Patrick, we'll start with you. How do you think things are going to go out of the gate here?
Oof. I mean, it's hard to tell. There are several players who we don't know much about outside of this tournament. So I think quite a few of these guys will be feeling each other out more than they maybe would on a typical top board. But at the same time, I think Tanya's strength so far as a player, it's just shown through so clearly in these early rounds. She is great at getting people to like her. She is great at getting people to trust her. She is great at running alliances in just the right way that she feels is most efficient to keep the board balanced in a way that's favorable to her. So I'm going to be watching for her because Italy is kind of the perfect country for that playstyle because of its defensive benefits. And it's, if you don't like Tanya, if you don't want to ally with her, are you going to jump on her? It's not really practical in a 1907 game.
And Adam, how do you think things are going to go out of the gate?
I think top board experience matters. Playing in these high stakes games matters. There's so much pressure on the players in this game, and it's so easy to make mistakes. And I don't mean miswrite orders. I mean just make tactical or strategic mistakes or negotiation mistakes. That people will generally come out really cagey and not sure how to make those early decisions. And so for folks who have played on top boards before, I think they're at a huge advantage. And I think that puts Tanya in a really good position with two neighbors who are probably the less experienced on this board for playing these types of high stakes games. And that's an Andrew and Marcus. So I'm going to be watching to see what the Russia-Italy relationship looks like, especially early in this game, and if there's signs that Michalis and Tanya are looking to take advantage, and not because it's about killing the newbies, but it's because they're going to be more willing to make a definitive plan rather than being cagey and waiting for the action to come to them. And I think that's, can be a very very common tendency on these kinds of situations. So I'll be watching for that. In the West, I think Conrad dropped a great position. I'm going to be watching for Conrad to be coming off strong. I think he can work with either of his neighbors, and he's going to come across as somebody who will be fun and to work with and give people a chance. So I really like Tanya in this game. I like McCallus. I like Conrad. I mean, I don't write anybody off, even the newer players. If there's an opportunity, McCallus might be coming off as scary with his huge results. So there might be a tendency for the two of them to work together. A lot of possibilities here.
Yeah, it's not often.
But I think if you're asking me to take a bet, I think experience wins out, and I think it's going to come down to Tanya and Conrad in this game.
It's not often that that France falls to the number 5 place in the selection order. So that's quite it's quite a nice tactical advantage to go along with the tiebreak advantage. And perhaps he'll fly under the radar, not as much of a target as say Tanya and McCallus. All right, so Patrick, you identified Tanya as your one to watch, which I assume means that she's your pick. If you have to pick one person.
Yep.
And Adam, you were also singing Tanya's praises, a little bit of love for Conrad, not so much for McCallus in the experience column.
Yeah, no, McCallus is amazing in the experience column. He might, he's especially recently, he's just been dominating, and I actually think that's gonna play against him because I think that he's going to be viewed as a major threat on this board and maybe neutralized. Early or semi-early in this game. I think McCallus is definitely extraordinarily dangerous. I don't want to downplay that. I just think that there may be some effort to neutralize him.
Yeah, in terms of top board experience, in the DBN era, since the start of the pandemic, we saw McCallus struggle a bunch in top boards for several years until breaking through last year. I believe he won VDL.
Yeah.
And then follow that up by winning the DBNI.
Yeah.
And so those are online virtual top boards. So there's the added question of whether the virtual experience, how well the virtual experience translates to in person. I think this is his first in person top board, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes. But it's sort of like when something is really hard to get for a while, and then you figure out how to do it, and maybe you start rolling after that. You see that in golf sometimes. Players have a hard time winning their first major, and then once they do, they then win a few more after that. It'd be interesting to see how McCallus handles that. Tanya did win VDL as well, former VDL champion, the first one, but then kind of dropped off the scene for a while. And so, she noted that this is her first in-person face-to-face board as well. So very interesting to see how this translates. I guess we don't know if Conrad has played in a in-person top board before.
He definitely has. Back in the early, I'm going to say, the 2005 to 2015 range, there was a tournament in Seattle called WACCon, and those typically had top boards. And I remember playing on several top boards with Conrad at those tournaments. So I know he has played. It may be a couple of years since he's been there, though.
All right, well, we have a nice mix here. So I believe we're pretty sure that whoever wins here will be winning their first major in-person championship with a top board, we should say. We know that Tanya has won, and McCallus as well, both won DipCons in person, I believe. I know Tanya has. Can't remember now if McCallus has as well. We can move on from that, but we do have a lot of experience in those players and some champions. Oh, Brandon Austin as well has won some top boards. I know he won the Broadcaster Brawl this past spring.
Yeah,
cool.
He won the Melbourne Open as well. I don't remember if that was a top board tournament off the top of my head, but Bernard and Bradley have kindly reminded us of something I should have reminded us of, which is that Conrad and McCallus were also both on the UK National Championship top board, or the LeicesterCon top board, if you want to call it that. So
they had a top board at that?
They did, yeah, this year.
Okay.
They changed the format. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I probably called the broadcast and I don't remember, so that's how it goes. All right, well, we got a nice mix here of people who have had success recently, and some people who have played for a while without sort of winning big ones, and we've got Andrew Yang, who is kind of the newcomer here in terms of being known to us. Shall we dive in now? Spring of 1901. Here are the moves. We will do the East-West format since this is a top board and we got plenty of time. Adam, we'll start with you in the West and Patrick in the East in spring of 1901. Here are those moves. Adam, tell us what you see.
Okay, that's actually some pretty unusual moves from Conrad here. Self-bouncing in Burgundy. That's really interesting. It makes you wonder if the if Brandon asked for a bounce there or something, because Brandon's moving there. Definitely, when you see something like that, it does not bode well for those players seeing eye to eye early on, right? Because these are wasted moves. It's wasted moves for all of them, because if you're Germany, you'd rather be in Rohr. If you're France, you'd probably rather be in Picardy. So we also have that coupled with an Italian move to Tyrolia. So maybe Brandon would have to be covering Munich anyway in the fall, but I think that's interesting to note. Otherwise, Philip is making pretty standard moves. There's nothing going to the English Channel, just goes up to Norwegian. And I will let Patrick talk about the East.
Yeah, real quick about the self-bounce and Burgundy thing. I find it's interesting that Conrad uses that here, because when you use that opening as France, it's normally because you're not sure if Germany might go to Burgundy and you don't trust them fully. Because if you've arranged to bounce with them, then just bounce with one unit and move the other to Picardy or Gascony, right? You mentioned that for sure. So I wonder if Brandon was trying to take a jab at him, but Philip's moves don't really indicate that he was in on that, if that was something that was happening. But anyway, let's move on to the East.
Just a quick comment on that. I think, the always, like, you just don't want to get into these kinds of guessing games with Germany. If Germany says, "Oh, I'm going to move to Burgundy, so bounce me," then they don't move there, then they do move there, and I think it may be, again, I think this comes down to not a good opening communication with them.
That's fair, yeah. But in the East, meanwhile, we have quite a few more bounces, but they're much more expected bounces in Galicia and Black Sea. So neither AR nor RT feel especially warm towards each other or unusually warm towards each other at the start of this game. The main thing that feels not so warm, but is heating up, is Armenia, as Turkey goes ahead and moves Smyrna up there. So perhaps something went wrong in those early negotiations with Michalis. Perhaps someone, especially maybe Tanya, has been playing up Michalis as a threat to Turkey, and now he's responding to that with a more hostile opening towards Russia. I'm interested to see how that translates to moves in the fall. And then Venice to Tyrolia, that can mean many, many different things. It's the most flexible opening. It's my favorite opening. You can snag Munich with it. You can snag Trieste with it, arranged or otherwise. You can just hold it and save it for later. Or you can go up to Bohemia and do a fun little AI where you push an Italian army forward on the Russian front.
All right, little cagey here by Tanya. She's not normally a mischievous player. Do you guys, does this feel mischievous to you, or?
No, this feels like this is just a strong Italian opening. I think, to Patrick's point, the move to Tyrolia is just the most flexible move that you can make as Italy, and it gets the whole board talking to you. And if you're playing Italy, what you want is you want to have a finger in every pie. You want everybody on the board coming to you and saying, "What are you doing in Tyrolia?" Right? Because then you can respond with, "Well, what would you like me to do with Tyrolia?" Right? And then you can start to learn what other people are thinking about the early part of the game. Versus if you're sitting in Venice, what can you do from Venice? Right?
Yeah, my general reaction to this as Germany is just to not like it, because it usually means, there's some sort of opportunity for irritation from the South. However, it's worth remembering Tanya and Brandon's relationship from round 3, just the night before here, so they know that they can work together really well, or at least coordinate things. So let's push into the.
I feel like Tanya is too good at this game to just be taking pot shots at Munich. If she goes to Munich, it's because there's a plan around that. It just doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Because these are not dots as Italy that you're holding in a vacuum early in the game, right? So I just don't see that as being, the outcome of this. So if I'm Brandon, I'm certainly talking to Tanya about it, but this is not a early relationship killer or anything like that.
Is it possible we'll see Munich to Ruhr and Tyrolia to Munich as part of an assault on France, a way to give Tanya an extra fleet in the south so she can move forward?
I mean, if there's anyone who will agree to something like a Rocky Mountain Lepanto, it's probably Brandon Austin as Germany. So I wouldn't be that surprised, at least not as much as other players.
All right. here we go into the fall of 1901. And we'll stay in the East with Patrick. Tell us what you see.
Okay, so either Tanya has really been sweet talking Andrew, or she's gotten greedy. I'm guessing it's the former, based on her earlier games, taking Trieste and Tunis with a convoy. This is really the most flexible Italian position you could ask for at the end of 1901, assuming that Austria is okay with you doing this, because you've got two builds now. You can keep going with the Lepanto. You can convoy to Albania and clean Austria's clock if you'd like. There's so much you can do with this position from those two builds. And in the meantime, Turkey isn't really a threat either, so it's an even better position because of that, because Turkey is still going in on Russia, taking a shot at Sev, moving up to Rum, which is not good for Turkey, by the way. It is only good for Austria most of the time, because that gives them a credible threat on Bulgaria, and just makes the Turkish position a lot more scattered. So Andrew sort of has the diplomatic options, right? Because he's got Turkey pitted against Russia, and he's got Italy sort of in his debt after giving them Trieste. And we'll see how he uses it. I think from this position, especially with such a nondescript West so far, you just go with whoever feels better to you based on vibes.
If I'm Andrew here, I am really annoyed about Tanya taking Trieste. And I think that Andrew made a early diplomatic error in doing this bouncing Galicia in the fall. Think that he should have went to Russia, to Michalis, and said, look, you've got Turkey coming your way. Let's DMZ Galicia. Let me deal with Tanya in Tyrolia. You deal with your stuff as you need to, and we keep Galicia open. And then you take your shot on Trieste, or staying in Vienna or whatever, but it's probably trying to bounce Trieste, because that's usually what Italy does in this position. I think it's a huge mistake for Andrew to let Tanya have Trieste here.
Yeah, the meta currently is typically that if Trieste is loaned to Italy in fall of 01, that Ionian goes to the Aegean, so that the fight against Turkey can be really, really quick. But here Tanya's managed to, we're presuming that this is agreed upon, and we have a sideline video in a second that we will get to maybe give us some insight to tell us about. But it's possible Tanya bargained with the Lepanto positioning, so the convoy to Tunis, in exchange for Trieste and a bit of security for her. All right, Adam, take us around the West in fall of 1901.
Yep. So Conrad does what you would expect. He takes Portugal and he takes Spain. It's interesting that he goes to Burgundy. That sort of pretty much makes sense given the spring 1901 orders. England has a free convoy into Belgium and takes Norway with the fleet, and Germany does walk out of Munich, which would have given Tanya the option to move there. But again, I think that was probably something that they discussed and Tanya felt good at. I am thinking that this is not boding well for Germany and France working together. It will be interesting to see what decision Philip makes. I think he's in the driver's seat, and that's a good place to be when you're England.
Patrick?
Yeah, I can't see Conrad going to Burgundy this early unless he's at least told Brandon about it and been honest with it, because he's not going to burn bridges at this stage of the game, even if there was some mistrust in the spring around the bouncing. I think it's a bit too early for them to be set on each other, especially with England getting the two builds and kind of wearing the pants in the West early. So I don't think it's really conclusive in any direction yet. There are reasons to believe that maybe FG aren't getting along the best, but at the same time, this can still break in any direction you can think of. So let's just see the sideline and see how the builds go.
All right. While I'm queuing this up, Adam, do you have any further thoughts on all of fall of 1901?
Seeing the Low Countries split, Holland, Belgium to Germany and England with no contesting there is interesting. I think, again, it suggests cagey play, but cagey negotiations early on, but I'm not, again, like I said, I'm curious to hear what the sideline says about Germany and France, because I'm not convinced that it was cagey. I think that there may just be some early misalignment, but again, the hearing the sidelines will clarify that.
All right, here's the sideline from fall of from just after fall of 1901. Ed is joined and sidelined by two-time DBNI champion Peter McNamara, who is especially here to translate the Australian for us. And here he is.
All right, welcome to your sideline report for the EDC top board. We have, my God, with Peter McNamara here.
And we have Ed Sullivan.
Peter is not only adjudicating for them, he wants to play. He wants to jump in. Okay, talk to us about what you saw for Spring 1901.
Spring 1901 started out very much, not much, anyone was doing much in the East. A lot of cagey stuff, talk about killing Turkey. Eventually, Marcus in Turkey made a decision. He came to Austria and said, I'm going to do a Crimean Crusher.
Boom.
This came late in the turn.
I will tell you what I saw is everybody's just chilling. There are a lot of hungover players. In fact, what Conrad was telling everybody is he goes, I'm just going to take my two, cool down and try and sober up. Brandon's just chilling. It's everyone just chilling right now. We got a couple of nervous players. One of those nervous players is Tanya. Tanya very disturbed that Conrad got to France, talking to people saying, I thought Andrew would take France and I'd stick Conrad in Austria or Turkey. And I didn't know this was going to happen. But okay, here we go. But that move that you talked about by Marcus really set things off in fall.
It set things off in fall. I think it made Andrew in Austria a lot more confident. He was a bit worried about what Tanya was going to do in spring of 01, but now he knows he has options.
This is exactly right. Andrew was nervous in the beginning. By the way, Tanya and McCallus worked out a complete winter green where in the fall, Tanya's supposed to take Trieste, and they're going to attack, and it's just going to be pure winter green. But Tanya's talking about a pure AI with Andrew. Andrew, super confident by the end of that round. He was like, he's Tanya's minion right now. He's like, Tanya's doing, I'm fine with Tanya.
In the meantime, I don't know if the West really knows what they're doing, except that England's getting a lot of builds.
Okay, look. You basically have three people in the West who are all fundamentally introverted and don't have any commitment skills. They don't want to tell anyone what's going to happen. You've got Brandon just chilling. You've got Conrad just chilling. And you've got Philip. People go to Philip and say, hey, what are you going to do? And he's like, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just not going to tell you. He said that to both. So the West is an enigma. The East is where the action is. We'll check you out in 1902.
Very good. The West is filled with introverts without commitment skills. That's the analysis from Ed Sullivan. All right. Anything in there stand out to either of you? Adam?
Well, it certainly, does not support my theory that there's something off between Germany and France, right? It sounds more like we're playing cagey and okay, we'll do whatever's happening in Burgundy, but we're not necessarily like, we're not making a plan or not making a plan or whatever. So I think that was interesting. I think the other thing that that certainly struck me was this kind of Eastern relationship and these conversations that Andrew feeling nervous and then feeling more confident. I think it reinforces this idea that letting Tanya into Trieste was unnecessary and probably not ideal for him. I think it's going to be problematic, but maybe not in 1902, but as things go on. Marcus in Turkey making a definitive move early on to try to define the game. I think that was actually probably a good idea on his part, simply because it ensured that at least he's going to have some early game. And now it's up to him to negotiate his way through this rather than waiting for the game to come to him as Turkey, which is something you can often do, but on a top board, very likely to lead to you getting crushed. And so he made sure that he's not letting the game come to him. He's going to the game.
Yeah, I will say if Tanya's kind of playing up Conrad in a 5th seed France as the threat on this board, then that lends a lot more credence to the idea that she wouldn't go in Austria straight away. Instead, she'd negotiate herself at a Trieste, build 2 fleets, and have an early Western presence to sort of manage that problem that she sees. So I think that's probably going to be her direction, and it means she'll be pitching AI more than IT in the situation.
Why do you convoy to Tunis if that's what you're doing? I don't understand that.
Well, because you don't want Turkey to get out of the box while you're doing that. You can do both if you have 3 fleets. That's the great thing about Italy in this position. You can build.
Yeah, but then you've got an army stuck in Tunis, or that you have to spend a turn convoying back.
Patrick, Adam sang some virtues here of Marcus's 1901. You sounded some warnings about it. Do you still feel that way after hearing the sideline report?
I don't think what Marcus is doing is objectively bad. It's just risky. You know, making an enemy in 1901 on a top board, it's always going to put more power into the hands of other people to play peacemaker in that relationship by siding against one or the other. And in this case, that's going to be Austria. Brandon has wisely let McCallus into Sweden to make sure he gets at least one build, doesn't immediately collapse and just enable a runaway AT. So from this position, I think it's really all about, especially if Tanya's not going to attack Austria, which I really don't think she will, it's going to be up to Andrew to really manage this problem. And, you know, if Tanya goes east to attack Turkey as well, I think that's going to be a big deciding factor. If she's just going fully west, which, yeah, I guess it doesn't fully make sense if she convoyed to Tunis, then that might indicate that he would work with Turkey against Russia for the time being.
So we have builds coming up here. Let's take a moment and just go around the board here. And I'd like you guys to consider this from the perspective of who has to make a commitment now and who can make builds that don't require them to make a strategic commitment. Let's start off with, you guys have talked about Tanya, so it's 2 fleets versus fleet and an army, I think. Is there an argument for fleet and an army from either of you?
There's an argument, of course. Like, this isn't a bad position to jump on Austria from. Like, you can run a pretty good IT from this position, right? But at the same time, I just, based on what we've seen in the sideline and what we know about Conrad with the 5th seed tiebreaker in France, I don't see Tanya going straight for that. That's all.
All right. What about Marcus? What are his build options, Adam?
I'm expecting Fleet Khan here so that he can force the Black Sea and then hopefully convince Tanya to let him take Bulgaria, or convince Andrew to let him take Bulgaria. You know, and maybe that comes along with giving Andrew Romania or something like that. But I'm expecting Fleet Khan. I mean, and that also gives him flexibility to kind of move things around after the fact. But Army Khan is certainly on the table. I wouldn't be happy about it if I was Andrew, and he's already muffed things up with McCallus. So I think that would be a bad diplomatic build, and it also leaves himself super vulnerable to Tanya. So, you know, Fleet Smyrna is also reasonable, and then you can try to kind of, you know, diplome your way through things as well. So I would imagine it's got to be a fleet, though.
All right, so Marcus has a choice here about whether to continue fighting McCallus or to view AI as a problem and respond to them. How about McCallus? So McCallus gets a build here. Army Moscow seems to make the most sense. Is there another option?
It has to be Army Moscow as long as AT is a credible threat. And you can't really say definitively whether Tanya will attack Turkey and help you out with that now. So you just have to play it safe. The one I'm really, really interested to see is England, actually, for Philip, because the sideline report mentioned that he is the kind of guy who he's making a plan, but he's not telling anyone else about it. So is he going to tell us what that plan is now? Like, I feel like when you're England with 2 builds, you have to commit a little bit. The most neutral set of builds in that situation is probably Fleet London, Fleet Eddie. But even that, I would say, is slightly disposed towards being pro-French, just because of where the fleets are facing and what you can do with them. So I'm really excited to see sort of where Philip's going with this position, because it is a really flexible position, right? Russia's distracted in the south, so no pressure from the north. France and Germany might mistrust each other, or at the very least, they're just not talking to each other in very much depth. So a lot of options for him here. And I want to see.
I agree. The 2 Fleet Eddie, Fleet London would be the most flexible builds Phil could make. I could also very easily see him building, you know, a Fleet London Army Eddie, or vice versa, and see, you know, smelling blood in the water in northern Russia and saying, you know what, I'm gonna go over the top, get Scandinavia locked up, and then I'll figure it out from there.
Let's talk about Germany and France. Patrick, I'll give you the choice. Which one do you want to talk about?
I think I'll talk about Germany, just because Germany is my favorite country to play. So I haven't really seen anything here from England that would make me, as Germany, feel obligated to build Fleet Berlin to cater to them, right? Fleet Berlin is a build that you make when you feel like you need to make a concession. But in this case, England has 2 builds. They are a potential threat to you. If they attack you, they can do so very powerfully with that pressure on Holland in particular, and going down to Skagerrak, because Russia's not a threat to them. So I think if I'm here, I have to build Fleet Kiel just for the sake of my own security. And then, of course, Army Munich because of its flexibility. I think building 2 fleets as Germany, I've softened my stance on it slightly. I don't think it's foul in all situations, but I think it's foul when France is in Burgundy and sort of uncertain about their allegiance to you. So probably Fleet Kiel, Army Munich here.
All right. So, in your opinion, actually, the only choice is really whether to build a fleet in Kiel and Berlin, and you don't see good reasons to build it.
You
in
need a
Berlin.
third army with the relation with where the France relationship is right now.
And Adam, France. Conrad's got lots of, as France does, lots of possible permutations for builds. What do you think would commit him one way or the other?
I think unless you have a very strong commitment from England here, you're just going to make the obvious builds with your fleet, Brest, Army, Paris. I think if you have a strong commitment from England and you feel really confident not putting the fleet in Brest, you could put it in Marseille, but I really would doubt that's going to be the case in this scenario.
All right, that is around the board analysis of build possibilities, winter 1901. Here are those builds.
Yeah.
We never talked about Austria.
That is true. We did not. And Austria comes through with Army Budapest. All right, let's start out with Conrad. Let's go in reverse order here. In the West, we do have that fleet Marseille.
But he got the army in London, right? So this suggests of really good planning with England. So again, like if he had gotten fleet London here, I would have said obviously this was a mistake, but clearly he felt comfortable with Philip. Philip felt comfortable with him. So I think that may presage where this is going. And I think if you're Brandon in this position and these are the builds you see go down, you're not happy.
So strong AEF vibes from you, Adam, with these builds.
Did you say Did you say AEF?
Just EF.
I
wanted to say EF. You know, AF is out there in the world.
Yeah, again, right? Like you couldn't make more pro, France and England can't really make much more pro builds to each other than what they've just made, right?
Yeah.
They both have to put down at least one fleet, right? And the fact that neither of them puts that fleet on the channel sends a strong message that, hey, I'm not looking to force myself in. France can't even move there. England, of course, could, slide down there, in the spring of 02 and go down that way. But that would be probably unusual in this situation.
Yeah, and Jason Gray has mentioned in the chat about this. He still thinks that this is a disguise to FG. And I want to say to that, yes, it still absolutely could be. The thing about the Fleet Marseille, right, is that the most likely thing that France will do, regardless of where they build the fleet, will be to shuffle it up to Mao and Spain's south coast. And that is just such a flexible position. You can go straight into England's back door there, especially if they've already maybe convoyed that London army out in the spring, committed it to Norway or to Holland. You still have a very powerful attack on them. It's just your ability to execute it is delayed by a turn by building in Marseille instead of Brest. So I agree with Jason that this is not set in stone from the French perspective, but it does betray a particular preference towards England at the current moment.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what the effect of Munich to Ruhr was. Was this Brandon sort of correctly reading possible EF growing and sort of getting in position for it? Did that actually end up, triggering some closeness between E and F? Hard to know. We do from Brandon, however, get the flexible builds that Patrick recommended. We do get Army Moscow from McCallus, which is defensive and trusting of or knowing that he has to trust England because he has to focus on the south. Yeah. But in the south, we do get some interesting stuff happening here in both Italy's and Turkey's builds. We'll start with Italy's. We do get an Army Venice here, not two fleets. Have to feel good about that if you're Conrad Woodring. Probably worry about it if you're Andrew Yang. What you guys talked about those as the sort of straightforward possibilities. What do you think, having seen this, especially in concert with Army Khan, can you glean anything from this, or is this you got to see what happens next?
You got to see what happens next. Much like the fall, this Army Venice build, the implications of it for the game depend entirely on how okay with it Austria is. And even if Tanya made this build with the intention of attacking Austria, she might change her tune now that there is such a clear indication towards EF in the West, right? There are still many uncertain things about where Andrew's limits lie here in this relationship. But I do think the Army Con is a bit out of left field for Marcus. That suggests that there may be conversations that revolve around IT more so than either I or Adam shouted out in the initial 01 moves. So that is certainly an area to watch. There are a lot of armies around the Balkans right now that could divide up Austria very quickly. So don't want to rule out that possibility at all.
Again, I wasn't in the room when Andrew and Tanya talked about Trieste, but I know, if I've worked towards this and I get an army in Venice for loaning one of my centers to Italy, I am very, very unhappy right now. Very unhappy. Okay.
Yeah.
This is just not what I want to see. And coupling that with a Turkish army really sends a pretty strong message to me that I have a lot to be concerned about right now. Of course, Marcus has his own things to be concerned about because he has angered Russia, and Russia's in a position to kind of do various things, potentially taking Romania and in ways that would not be, you know, damaging to Austria. So it's going to be interesting to see how the negotiation plays out in that corner, actually.
What would you guys like to see Tanya do here? I see two main options. One is to stick with Austria and move into Eastern Med here and get ready to take Turkey apart. But it's also a convoy to Albania, move up to Tyrolia.
I think that's what we're going to see. I think we're going to see the convoy to Albania go up to Tyrolia, see if she can string them along for the spring so that she doesn't get kicked out of Trieste. Possibly, I think you can go out to Tyrrhenian Sea, or you can go to Apulia for a move to Adriatic. I don't see her seeing Turkey as a threat here. I think she's might be most inclined to go for a wintergreen with Michalis, especially with Michalis off to a slow start.
And Patrick, given what you learned about Tanya studying her games from the preliminary rounds, do you think that's likely?
I think she's not the kind of person to outright stab someone again in spring of 1902. But at the same time, the builds say what the builds say, right? The other thing about the Turkish army in Khan is that Marcus is waiving his ability to force Black Sea here, which could again provoke a change of attitude in Michalis that makes him more willing to just join IIT in piling on Austria. So there are a lot of different things at play here that suggest that Tanya maybe will diverge from her playbook a little bit, but at the same time, it's not guaranteed at all, especially with what we saw in the fall. So I think the most important thing really for Tanya is to just not overreact to the EF. At the same time, you've got to know it's there. You've got to play a little hedgy because of that, especially with only 2 fleets. But it's better to just use those 2 fleets and definitively go after an Austrian or Turkish dot this turn to get another fleet down than just immediately abandon everything and form a line against Conrad.
All right, let's see what happens here. Spring of 1902. Here are the moves. Oh, wow. Yep. I'm going to switch you guys up here. We'll switch each year. Adam, let's start with you in the East.
Yeah, and see, this is great by Andrew, right? He completely sniffed this out, so he bounced Albania and kicks Tanya out of Trieste. I think this is exactly the right set of moves. If you've sniffed out that this is what Italy is doing, so kudos to Andrew recognizing the 1901 mistake and moving on from there. Marcus, actually, this looks to me like I don't want to call it arranged with Michalis because but actually this is about the closest that he could have done to disentangling without leaving himself open, right? Because it's not that he's going to slide to Khan and let Michalis potentially just walk into the Black Sea in this position, right? But he did manage to convince Michalis to go down to Galicia, which is good. Of course, that could simply be another way for Michalis to attack Romania, but it's not bad, and it leaves a lot of diplomatic options open for him come the fall, which is really what you want. It also leaves Marcus a lot of diplomatic options with respect to Austria, who, even though you're Turkey and you've got armies in Bulgaria and Romania, but you still have some pretty common interests with the Austrians right now, right? And so probably can find an ally amongst the various neighbors here.
Really interested to find out from the sideline reporters how Andrew was able to sniff this out, especially after Ed talked about him being, in Tanya's orbit, just accepting or being on board with the AI.
I think the other interesting thing to me, I'll just point this out, is Tanya moving to Tyrrhenian Sea rather than Apulia with the fleet, right? That means that she's not fully trusting of Conrad, which seems to maybe be the right thing since Conrad just dropped to Leon instead of going to Spain.
Patrick, tell us about the West.
Yeah, real quick, I would have to say, because shout out to Marcus here for making his position slightly more flexible, because now he's enabling a growth path for himself that is not through Russia, keeping the option open to work with Michalis here. But at the same time, if he's still in Armenia, then still assuming a fairly hostile stance, then I'd assume Michalis is just going to choose Austria over Turkey here in terms of who to take a center from in the south. But either way, going to the west, Conrad does move into Lyon. That's about the only committal thing that anybody does in the west, actually. Marseille to Lyon, Spain to Marseille gives you a lot of options in the direction of the Med, but no real hostile movement against Germany, which is quite strange after England and France both made fairly committal builds towards each other. But at the same time, you don't have to use those right away. North does not go to Helgoland or Skagerrak or anything like that. Sweden taps Norway, so going down to Skagerrak from Norway wasn't actually a good idea for Philip in the end. He still has a plan. He still has not told anyone about it, it would seem. That's what I take away from this.
This Western play is so top board play that's so cagey. I just don't want to make the wrong move. And having played on top boards like this, you just are not ready. No one is ready at this stage to make the move, and you're feeling that when you negotiate with your neighbors. And so, because nobody else wants to make a move, you're not going to make a move, and it sort of just perpetuates itself. And that's what's going on in the West right now. It will change eventually. It will especially change if some centers start exchanging hands in the East by the end of this year. But this is tough. These types of negotiations in this kind of a high pressure environment are so difficult. I find the Lyon move by Conrad really interesting. I don't think he wants to get involved in a med war this early. That just seems really unlikely to me, but we'll see. I mean, he could drop into Western Med right now and try to go to Piedmont and all of that. I don't expect it, but anything's possible.
Yeah, I will say, I think the relationship between Brandon and Philip is actually pretty okay here, based on the fact, first of all, self-bounce in Burgundy rather than anything like supporting, like a supported attack on Belgium, forcing him to support hold it with North or something like that. And it's so easy here. After Brandon, truly the alarm bells will have gone off in his head after seeing those builds. Oh, this looks like EF are very close right now. But at the same time, he doesn't take the easy defensive move of going to Helgoland and making himself less flexible for future turns if he does actually end up working with England. He just stays where he is. And I assume that's as a result of Brandon maybe being told of Philip's builds beforehand, at least as a warning sign. So maybe Philip didn't commit towards France as much as we thought with those builds. Maybe Brandon was okay with it and he's just rolling with the vibes for now, as he likes to do. And I will say, Philip does not have to attack Germany anymore after this turn. He can guarantee a move to Barents on a convoy to Norway and just lock up the North first. And that gives him quite a few more options besides just hard EF.
Well, let's find out. Fall of 1902. Patrick will stay with you in the West.
Yeah. So interestingly, Conrad supports himself to Western Med, but from Lyon rather than from Mid-Atlantic. So that's interesting. It does show that he is less committed to war with Tanya than a Spring 02 move to Gulf of Lyon normally suggests. Although Tanya is not happy about it. She's self-bouncing in Piedmont, so presumably Conrad gave her promises that presumably she was just trying to prevent a supporter move to Piedmont here, right? Because tapping Lyon cuts the potential support from Marseille into Piedmont. But in the end, I guess they didn't really fully tell each other about their moves because I don't think Tanya wants to get into Lyon here based on the fact that she was trying to convoy to Greece but misordered that. I assume that's a genuine... Well, no. I don't think that's a genuine misorder, actually. Keeping the army in Tunis makes sense if you're worried about French fleets and the units you need to form a line. But, yeah, a bit of dipsy-doodling in the Med. And in the meanwhile, still absolutely nothing happening. Strangely, England and Germany are doing more France things than France is at this game, which is to say doing nothing. Still just support holds everywhere. Brandon still does not take the move to Helgoland. McCallus is still tapping Norway, but no reciprocation of that. I guess it's not really aggression, but it's trusting but verifying. But Brandon's not taking advantage of that to line up on North Sea or anything like that. So still very non-committal in the West in all aspects except the Med.
So quick note before we turn to you, Adam, that convoy order in the Ionian is from Tunis to the Aegean. And just because the fact that Aegean has no army spot, the software is finding the middle point between Greece and the upper left corner, or between Tunis and the upper left corner of the map.
I see a note from Bradley that it was a misorder. I mean, he misordered the sandbox. Do we think that was actually a convoy to Greece? Is actually what was intended there?
Yeah, it was actually
written there. It was actually written there because that seems plausible in this situation. If Tanya knew that Greece was going to Bulgaria, maybe it's just a follow into there. It's not an aggressive play. It's just I'm going to follow in.
And if you happen to get into Bulgaria, I think we can assume that it was at least intended and possibly written. Either way, it doesn't matter.
I think that makes
because
sense.
Greece doesn't move. So, all right, Adam, take us around what else you see in the East.
Well, I think the most meaningful thing that we're seeing is de-escalation of the RT, right? I mean, yes, Marcus goes into the Black Sea here, but he also withdraws from Armenia, which I think is very, very meaningful, right? Because that indicates that he is not planning on making an aggressive attack on Mykonos, at least immediately. He's going into the Black Sea, which gives him some firepower behind Bulgaria to give him more flexibility to move things around, but is not necessarily anti-Russian. I think the other meaningful part is that Andrew takes a shot with, again, sniffs out that he's got that he's got an RT behind him that are now cooperating, or that Italy is going to be attacking him. Unfortunately, guesses the moves wrong and loses Serbia as a result.
Yeah, I think this really speaks to what we were talking about with how to de-escalate the Russia-Turkey relationship. All the boxes are checked. Sure, Black Sea is not great, but Armenia is gone. Romania has been passed over to Russia, right? So all the building blocks are now laid for a really good RT here, and with the massive amounts of AI tension, like that's a really good position for that alliance at the moment. So I really want to shout out Mykonos, and especially Marcus, really, because when we saw Marcus do that Sunstrom, and when we saw him, sort of declaring against Russia in 01 just to have make sure he has sort of an impact on the game and has some agency before potentially getting dogpiled. I think that makes, it really is a testament to his abilities to suddenly turn that around in 02 and do the complete opposite of what that 01 would have suggested would happen. It just shows that even though he did commit to an attack in 01, he did not commit himself diplomatically as much as he did tactically for that moment. So he's still playing he's still doing some good top board play here. He's still keeping his options open, and he's still switching to the correct option at the correct time, I would say, in terms of alliance building. So just really impressive stuff from Marcus overall this year.
Yeah, when I first saw that Armenia to Smyrna move, I kind of thought it might be a mistake because it leaves Smyrna closed for a build. But actually, the way, Patrick's analysis, I think, just shows us is that it'd be better for him not to be able to build in Smyrna, because that would actually force him to show some commitment one or the other. And so he maintains more flexibility by keeping it there. All right. That takes us into winter of 1902. We do have a sideline report, so let's put this up here now.
All right. We had the 1902 sideline chat. Things are getting a little less chilling, but still kind of chilling here. All right. What did you see in spring 1902, Peter?
Well, in the East, a lot of it was governed by the moves that happened in fall of 01 and the builds, Turkey building an army, Italy building an army. And so there was just really Italy and Austria fighting and Turkey and Russia fighting in spring of 02. The best thing I heard was Conrad saying, "I'm not coming to help him, I'm coming to help myself," about his move to the Gulf of Leon.
So I would tell you, I think we went from Andrew, this has almost been a pendulum of the Andrew emotions. He was very confident that he and Tanya were going to roll the board, and then not so confident after the moves. But he may be an inside conspiracy theorist, because in his mind he was trying to sort out, ultimately, is Mykonos behind all of this? Tanya's still got a spell on him a little bit. And then, the West, they're just chilling. They don't want to do anything. Nobody wants to tell anybody what to do.
And they're not doing anything.
They're not doing anything. EG basically said, "Hey, Conrad, if you don't go against the Med, we wouldn't really like that." They didn't actually tell him what they would do about that. They just, come on. And, it's sort of nuts going on with the West. I mean, I've never seen it where just nobody wants to commit. Finally, as we go into fall 1902.
And this Western action is having an influence on the East now. There's talk of a triple. And so the pitch now is, let's kill Austria. So it's going to come down to whether or not Marcus wants to be in on that pitch.
Yeah, as we move into the fall, Tanya is upset because now her fleets can't do what they want them to do, and Conrad's there. Conrad says, "Well, I'm not going to move forward until I see what these other people are going to do in the West that don't do anything." And the other people in the West, they don't know what to do. They made a plan, though. They made a plan to where, and this was Brandon's idea. Brandon was going to put England into Sweden, and he would take Belgium. But Philip said maybe we should talk to McAllis about it just to make sure he'd be okay with losing Sweden. What do you think McAllis felt about that, Peter?
I guess McAllis would have seen it as an ultimate. He doesn't have a choice anyway.
He doesn't, but he said please
He was-
hold it off a year, and I think they called the deal off, although we haven't seen the orders with no time left to go. Meanwhile, yeah, it's frustration by everybody. That's basically the number one emotion.
Yeah.
All right. We'll be
Except
back.
Marcus seems happy in his position.
Marcus does seem happy. I think Marcus is doing well. Thanks, guys.
All right, that is the sideline for 1902. I don't think any big surprises there. Patrick, what did you think about what you heard there?
Yeah, Turkey is happy on a board where people are scared of a Western triple. Shocker. Crazy. Besides that, yeah, it's really interesting to see EG sort of collectively negotiating with Conrad about what to do about the med situation there. It really, again, speaks to the fact that the EG relationship is a lot better than the builds in 01 suggested, and it's a lot better than the FG relationship, I would still say. And I don't know if that's going to translate into more pronounced action in 1903 in any direction. I think Philip still definitely holds most of the cards in the North, regardless of what happens. But I'm really excited to see how that pans out with that extra context. And then, of course, I can see why...
Hold on, for starters in the West. I mean, by better than we thought, you don't mean good. You just mean not bad, because the relationships all seem to be at a 0 level.
Yeah, it's not bad, but sometimes that's all you can hope for in this position. And in the East, it makes sense that Tanya is kind of frustrated about what's happened here with her fleets not really being the most effective in defense right now, and her units are super tied up. But she kind of dug her own grave there, because clearly something, either the taking of Trieste or the Army Venice build was a result of misleading Austria, and Austria responded to that exactly how you would expect. So unfortunately, Tanya perhaps reading the board a little bit incorrectly and paying for it in that respect.
Adam, any thoughts on any of the sideline report there?
The West sounds like what was expected. So I don't think there were any huge surprises there. I think looking into the winter, Tanya probably has the biggest decision here of anyone. Though I would say McAllis has a decision too, whether he wants to put something in the North. I'm expecting that he won't. I think probably maybe Army St. Pete, but Army Warsaw seems more likely, I think, in this position. But Tanya has a really hard choice for the disband here, right? Because if you don't disband Tyrolia, that's sending a pretty strong message to Austria. But if you disband Lyon here, are you being too invitational for Conrad? Like, do you feel like this is a real potential conflict with Conrad, and maybe you need Lyon, or do you feel like removing Lyon will de-escalate it? But if you do that, you're basically leaving your armies on Austria's doorstep. So I think this is a really hard choice for her.
Patrick, any thoughts on Tanya's big decision?
I think it has to be Tunis that comes off here. Pulling a fleet is suicide, in my opinion. If you're Tanya here, your most important goal right now is going to be to get a third fleet on the board somehow, whether that's by working with Austria or by joining the dogpile on Austria. And at this point, I think joining the dogpile is really the only choice. So you have to keep both Venice and Tyrolia there to make sure you can secure Trieste in the face of an RT, right? AI just is the option for a traditional AI just doesn't exist anymore. There's a French fleet in Western Med. There's a Turkish army in Serbia. Russia's in Galicia with a build and no northern pressure. So Tanya's path forward here is kind of clear, even if she doesn't like it. And I think she'll see that and for what it is and take that and pull Tunis.
And let's see here. So McAllis's decision, Adam suggested Army Warsaw is likely here. In my mind, I think that fleet move to Norwegian might give me some pause about the North. Patrick, what do you see McAllis's path forward here as?
Well, I think the stasis in the North kind of benefits him, right? Because a Russia that's doing well on one is doing well and growing on one front is going to be perfectly fine with the other front not really doing much if it means they're not losing ground. So I think a North Coast fleet build here or anything in St. Pete would be pretty risky, and it's not something that I would be interested in here at the moment if I was Russia, unless I was really confident that I'd get some kind of reciprocation from Germany or England if you're building South Coast. So I would say Army Warsaw is the play here most likely.
All right, let's take a look at these builds for winter of 1902.
Yeah,
And-
Tyrolia. I think Tyrolia is the disband makes sense for Tanya. I'm not sure I agree with Patrick's thought that dogpiling into Austria is her best play here. I actually think that trying to get to Conrad to turn around and running an AI here is actually going to be more fruitful for her. If that's something that's doable. I think the main point is convincing Conrad to do something else.
All right, we do have Marcus putting down that Fleet Con, which I think was the consensus choice. And we do have Army Marseille, in fact. So McCall choosing the theater that he wants to play in.
Speaking to that, Adam, real quick, sorry.
Sure,
I do think, I guess this does make sense a bit more, the Tyrolia disband and hoping you can run an AI, because if the EG relationship is good enough for them to commit to go attacking France, now would be the time they do it, when Russia's starting to make progress in the south, so it makes sense to take Sweden and St. Pete. Yeah. And when France and Italy are this entangled in the fleets, and there's time to, and there's a window to attack where Conrad's attention is elsewhere. I think if they don't do it now, then there probably won't be an EG in this game, at least not one that tops the board for either of them.
Yep.
All right, let's move forward and see if, in fact, the West gets off the pot. And the answer, and we're going to switch you guys up. I think Adam's going to be back in the West, Patrick back in the East. Here are the orders for spring of 1903, and we have our answer. Patrick, Patrick, I'm going to keep you in the West here because I feel like you just forecast this. Tell us what it happened and how it compares to what you just recommended.
I'll take my Nostradamus award in the mail, thanks. But all right, let's break this down because there is some more nuance to this than just EG jump on France. So Conrad and Tanya do disengage, first of all. That is notable. So Conrad had all the tools he needed, both diplomatically and tactically, to defend against some of this attack, right? He could have kept Burgundy clear. He could have kept Picardy clear, but he doesn't successfully stop either of those moves. So clearly he didn't quite know which one of his neighbors to trust more, and as a result, he got screwed by both. So it's a bit of an unfortunate turn of events for Conrad, although all of his centers are still defensible in the fall. For now, it's just going to be a slow burn, as many EGs are when they're breaking France. But I think the other interesting thing here is what happens in Scandinavia. So England takes Sweden with German support. McCall retreats off the board when he could have potentially retreated to Baltic and gotten a free walk into Berlin. And that is very interesting, right? Now, on the face of it, that just means, okay, it's an EGR. McCall can't expect to hold Sweden, so he might as well just make it as painless as possible, especially because St. Pete is now free of pressure in exchange. But it also means that the GR relationship is pretty strong, I would think, for McCall to value the relationship with Brandon that much, even though he is a potential rival for the top now that he is actually doing things that could result in his growth. But it also means that Philip gets more power in the short-term relationship by getting that build from Sweden. So the diplomatic benefits are there for him as well, and he gets a build out of it in addition. So actually, no, Belgium is traded. Sorry, Belgium gets traded to Germany, so Germany does get the build in the end as well. And I think that makes sense for the alliance, honestly, because you don't want there to be a situation where Germany can easily get jumped on from the east in this 8 here. And while all the armies that can actively fight France are already there, he probably wants one more to make sure that he's not distracted later by a sudden AR détente or something like that. So I think it makes sense all around from the northern powers here.
And over to the east, Adam.
I think the biggest, there's a lot of non-movement, but I think the biggest thing that we see is Tanya convoying Tunis to Albania and Marcus getting out into the Aegean Sea. So this is indeed a dog pile onto Austria. And what's interesting is that Venice holds. It doesn't even bother walking into tapping on Trieste or something like that. But clearly a dog pile on Austria.
Patrick, you agree with that? Possible alternate interpretation for Albania?
Oh no, I think I was already in favor of Tanya just grabbing Trieste here, and this is the most efficient way to do it now with the unit she has left. So
I guess, Brandon, to your point, I mean, it's possible that she's there to prop up Austria, but that just seems so unlikely. Because where does she grow? I mean,
it's a day late and a euro short.
Yeah, I mean, like, what? How does she grow by propping Austria from this position? She just stagnates. I just can't see her playing that way.
Yeah, and then one more thing that Ian Rudnick noted in the chat, he's exposing the lead that I so horribly buried, which is Kiel to Holland makes me think that there's ideas of let's send England after France and then GR him. I think that's pretty credible, to be honest.
Well, how do you GR England when Russia has 0 units in the north? That's not a GR in England so much as an G'ing England, I guess.
Yeah, but you're tying up England with France. You're removing them from St. Petersburg, so that if McAuliffe wants to put down another fleet in St. Petersburg later, then it is a bit more of a good choice, and he will be able to get it out if nothing's in Norway. So you're right. It doesn't improve the short-term prospects of the GR, but it does improve the position in other ways.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
I think the issue you always have once you have England and Sweden, though, is if you don't have any fleets behind to cover Baltic, like you're not kicking England out of Sweden, giving them a free retreat into Baltic, right? Most of the time. I mean, not that that's something that's going to happen in the short term, but you do now have England behind your lines as Germany. So I'm not so sure about that.
A big question for me is whether Philip is convinced to walk out of Sweden in the fall. This could have been agreed upon as a condition for getting rid of that fleet in the north, which I think would make both England and Germany happy, something that's like long term. But was that agreement made? Will Philip stick to it? Let's find out. Fall of 1903, and let's start in the west. Looks a little bit less than Adam can tell us about the east. So Patrick, tell us about the west here.
Okay, so I did mention in the spring that Conrad can defend all of his centers in the fall here, but there was guesswork around it, and indeed he loses that guesswork as as Philip guesses correctly about which unit to support into a French home center instead of supporting his own army into Brest, which I assume Conrad was trying to do to destabilize the alliance somewhat and force one of them to get bigger than the other. Philip chooses the alliance play here and supports Brandon into Paris, and as a result, Brandon is actually going +2 here. So perhaps a bit of destabilization in the EG. I think this makes it even more possible that Germany could switch to going after England here with some kind of help. But at the same time, it's not a given at all. It really depends on where Brandon sees his growth after France, which could absolutely be Russia, could even be the Balkans, depending on what he thinks of the position. And in the meantime, Sweden does not walk out. So yeah, Philip just wanted to make sure he doesn't go down there. That makes sense. If the plan was to keep Brandon in Belgium, and it makes sense for the long-term EG stability, right? Germany always wants to be in Belgium long-term if North Sea is demilitarized because it's the more holdable center than something like something else like Brest, which England can easily take back.
All right, Adam, take us around the east, if you would.
Yeah, so this is what it looks like. Tanya is taking Trieste here. McAuliffe decides to reposition his units rather than go for a center, so goes out to Bohemia, Galicia here. I think Marcus makes a tactical mistake here in walking out of Serbia to take Greece. I don't think there was any reason to try to take it that way. Bulgaria is an uncuttable support, so he could have tried instead to convoy Khan to Greece. With support of Bulgaria, that is pretty much guaranteed to go. The worst case scenario is you lose Serbia because you get a supported attack from Trieste to Budapest, but it at least gives you a shot to have an extra center. This pretty much guarantees that you're going to lose Serbia, which he does. So I think that was a mistake. I think that's going to be costly because you really do want to get that build here as Turkey to get the advantage on the Russians and the Italians here, but so it is.
And all right, this is quite a turn. We end up with Brandon and Germany going +2. Tanya's able to get that build back, all at the expense of France and Austria. I'm going to ask you guys. So we're going to listen to the sideline report in a second here, but curious to know how good is this for Brandon? Like, that's the sort of thing going forward. Oh, and I have to say, I was supposed to play. We do have a pregame interview report with Brandon Austin. I'm going to go ahead and play that now. When we come back, I'm curious to hear you guys tell me how good this is for Brandon Austin. So here is that pregame report.
Okay, I'm here with my main man, Brandon.
Ed.
I thought I was going to win longest traveler here, but it turns out you did.
I'm sorry for taking that from you, Ed.
Came here and you're just chilling on your way to the top board, and suddenly you've displaced all other Australians to become the #1 player in Australia.
Oh, like at this tournament, yeah. Like the other two are a little bit overrated. So,
And we're not even including such luminaries as Jamal or Andrew Goff. You are actually the best. They're not here. You are.
best in attendance. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take that one.
Okay, you're being super political, but look, on the top board, let's call it out. You don't have that much extra. I'm going to break something to you. I mean, I hope this is not breaking news, but the broadcaster brawl isn't a real top board.
No, I agree.
People here are actually playing for, like charity is very important. But then when we're talking about the pride of a championship, they're killers.
Yep.
And my view of you is that you have an internal kill mechanism, but that you appear to the world to be like a little guppy. How are you going to play out there? Are you going to be the strong animal, or are you going to be a little afraid in your cave about what you're going to do?
I mean, I'll just I don't know, figure it out as I go along. I don't like to move too quick, so we'll see how it goes. We'll see what everyone else's vibe is, and then I'll just bounce off that.
Okay, the game does end in 1907, right? At some point. Cool. Just making sure that we're clear on the rules. Doesn't go to 1915.
Look, all that matters is I've done much better than Darcy, so I've won. That's the only trophy I got to take home.
Look, brother, best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that is Brandon Austin, chill guy.
You can understand why he does so well, right? Like, who wouldn't want to work with somebody who comes into the game with that kind of attitude and approach? I mean, just magnetic, and just like, this isn't somebody who's out there to kill me. This is somebody who's vibing the board. Like, and if he's getting good vibes, like, we're gonna work together. So, totally understand why he's so successful at this game.
Is what just happened here out of character for Brandon? Patrick, you are muted, I believe.
Classic. I don't think so. Like, he likes to, as chill of a guy as he is, he likes to move the game forward as much as anybody. And clearly, he's managed this Western situation in such a way that Conrad seems more willing to selectively defend against Philip than against him. So the vibes are still good, and that vibes are better for him with France than France's are with England. So there's still that aspect to it. But I think he's fine to just keep running the alliance for now, while Russia's not really in a position to help him attack with a third fleet build. But the question is that really good for him, right? Taking the lead at the end of 1903 in the 1907 game is always risky. You've got the early leader syndrome potentially to deal with. And I'm interested to see how he navigates that diplomatically, especially with Michalis, who I think is really going to be the power broker between especially Germany and England and Turkey and Italy.
Is this a Army Munich wave the second build situation for Brandon? Because I actually can't see a good reason to put you can't justify putting a fleet down here, and I can't see a good reason to put two armies down right now.
I could see him doing that. That's not what I would do. I think that's what he would do.
With Michalis not building, though, I'm not afraid to hold one back. If Michalis was building, I'd probably look at this very differently. But given that, maybe I want to wait, and I don't want to scare the board by having 7 pieces on the board when the next biggest power is at 5.
Yeah, I would love an army keel here to shore up Denmark. That's all. I think it's easy to expect that you can get another build here relatively soon from Marseille, so I don't think it makes you too inflexible. But yeah.
So Patrick, you're making a case for Army Munich and Army Kiel?
Yes.
All right. Tanya's got a build. What do you guys think? Patrick, start with you.
I think you can go for one of two approaches here. You can go Fleet Naples, which probably indicates that you're gonna go west and then try to get a piece of France for yourself, or try to prop them up and have a hand in that conversation in general, or you're going to build Army Naples and double down on the Balkans by going after Greece or Serbia, one of the two. I don't think you need another fleet to go after Turkey here, given the position the Turkey's fleets are in. Only one of them is facing you, so if you just sneak into Eastern Med, Adriatic to Ionian, that's probably enough, and then you have the Army Naples to go to Syria or Smyrna if you want to go in that direction. But I think I don't know if I'd be comfortable working with either. I don't know if I'd be comfortable working with either Italy or Turkey here as Tanya, right? Because running an IT with a Turkish fleet in Aegean is hard. And running a wintergreen when Michalis has so much diplomatic capital in the north, it seems like, with England in particular, is also difficult, because how much is too much when you're empowering him in the south?
Adam?
I think there's a good argument for Army Naples here, actually.
Convoy to Albania.
Yeah.
All right. We have a sideline report. Let's have a listen, and then we'll come back and see the builds.
All right, welcome to the sideline report for 1903. Peter, this must be your worst nightmare. As 1903 has developed, we're seeing alliances, no balance of power, no backstabbing.
There's even a triple alliance, but it's not the Western Triple. We've got a new triple alliance. England, Germany, and Russia. They agreed to blow up Sweden, and the agreement is that Sweden gets pulled off the board if there's a move on France at the same time. England and Germany don't want to be seen talking too much to each other in case it spooks Conrad in France. And then when they go and talk to Conrad together, they're sort of, no one says anything.
The Conrad conversations, you just have to be here. Actually, you really don't. Nothing happens. He just sits here. At one point, just in the games, he's like, well, I like to do things, but he's never actually asked him to do anything. He won't tell him what. So, anyways, by the way, the season starts in spring 1903 with Brandon going to Andrew and saying, if you can't repair your relationship with Tanya, your game is fucked. And that comes to us from Bradley, who's helping out here today. Meanwhile, Michalis is in another alliance. He's in the RT along with the EGR.
Michalis has all the friends right now.
Can't get that fleet out of the Black Sea yet, though, so that's a big problem. Tanya is also, I think, kind of an inflection point right now. Super upset. I mean, she was mad at Conrad. She feels like her fleet got drawn out. Turkey built another fleet. She feels like her game is kind of ruined. She's complaining loudly about it. They sort of disentangled, and then Conrad got attacked. But
A and I are on the back foot, but everyone is concerned about Turkey's growth, including Michalis. I'm not sure how that's going to shake out.
Yeah, Tanya is feeling like she maybe is back in it. She's angling to try to make sure that Austria does not defend Trieste so she can take it in the fall. There's very clear that amongst the Eastern powers, there's a lot of question about who's going to take what dot, and everyone wants a different thing to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Michalis is pushing for Serbia to go to Greece. We've got another situation with Serbia.
Austria wants Serbia to support Trieste, so Tanya can't get it. Everyone's like throwing up a different option for what Serbia does. That's probably the key mover in the fall, and we don't know what it's going to do yet.
We don't. All right. Meanwhile, it looks like EG is still going, even though Denmark appears to be vulnerable. Conrad tried to talk England into attacking Brandon, but I'm not sure it's going to work. All right. What do you got? Anything else? That's it for Sideline 1903.
Good stuff. We definitely thank Ed for putting that stuff together and Peter for joining us. Anything of interest you guys want to comment on from that? Adam, I'll start with you.
I'm imagining the conversation where Philip and Brandon go to talk to Conrad, and everybody just is kind of standing there like, so we're a Western Triple, right? What are we doing? The awkward silence. I'm sure it wasn't funny for them, but it would have been funny to watch.
Yeah. In the East, Ed recounting with colorful language that a fact that we've seen, that if Tanya doesn't repair her relationship with Andrew, then she's in a difficult position. And of course, that kind of reinforces what we've already been saying about Tanya's position, especially with the concerns that she's not really happy with either Russia or Turkey right now as a potential partner, is that she's piling onto Austria less out of preference and more out of necessity, because a good AI just isn't really an option from this position. So I don't know what's going to happen next for her, but her game's she's not out of it by any means, but her game's going to move pretty slowly for a while as she figures out who her real friend is after Austria, if there is one.
Yeah, it sounds like she might be on tilt a little bit too, so she'll need to get better regulated in order to find the path forward.
I will say, if I'm Turkey right now and I'm looking for a way to, and I'm trying to figure out who to work with to stop the West from running away and controlling the game, I think Italy is a very attractive prospect right now, because Russia, right, they were clearly in cahoots with EG to some extent, right? They've got some kind of agreement about the North, where Michalis doesn't really interfere. But Tanya, if Turkey gives her the correct assurances, then Tanya would totally be willing to send a fleet or two west to influence that French fight, I'm sure. So that is probably the one saving grace that Tanya has here diplomatically that I would be watching for in 1904.
All right, we've talked about the builds. We've talked about this turn and the sideline report. Let's have a look, see what happens with these builds. We do get 2 armies from Brandon Austin, and one of them is in Berlin, which I think both of you were thinking was sort of the most committal, the most anti-Russian of the options, and therefore the one that you thought was least likely. And we do get a fleet from Tanya in Naples, so gives her options. Andrew, I think, does the sensible thing here and pulls the fleet off the board, unless he just wanted to punish Tanya and join in with Turkey. All right, so you guys have seen these builds. Do you like what? So the question, I think, is what does that Army Berlin mean? And probably can't gauge that until we see some moves. So why don't we look at some moves? Here are the spring of 1904. I am going to reverse you guys this time because I don't think there's a prognostication that Patrick will be proven right about immediately. So let us start in the West with Adam. Tell us what you see.
So there's an interesting switcheroo in Sweden and Denmark that is odd.
Look at Brest. I think that makes it make more sense.
What's that?
Look at Brest.
Because they're giving Germany Brest. Okay. I guess it raises the question, why are they giving Germany Brest here? But that's okay. This is just an odd, to me, not good dot management in an alliance, because Denmark is not a dot that you really want England to be in, and I mean, it's good for Phil. I think it's bad for Brandon, honestly, right? Because these are now Phil is in a dot that is pretty universally seen as German in Denmark, and Germany is now in Brest, which is a dot that's a lot easier for England to take later. So that's interesting. There's no move towards Russia. Berlin just goes to Kiel. So that's interesting. Clearly, either wasn't the intent and was trying to throw things off, or who knows. Conrad is forcing himself back into Burgundy to try to be able to make a play in the fall, and then covering his bases in terms of mid-Atlantic. The Portugal move is interesting. I'm trying to figure out why he went to Portugal rather than Spain's south coast, because he could have lost Gascony that turn. So I'm not quite sure about that. Maybe he was expecting England to reposition up to Irish Sea or something like that, but he still would have been able to deal with that from Spain. So I'm not quite sure about the move to Portugal, but the rest of his moves certainly make sense.
Yeah, I mean, if your long-term plan at this point is to just make sure you survive in Iberia, then it's good to get a unit in Portugal as early as possible. But I do agree this might be too early for Conrad. I will say, though, I disagree slightly about the EG moves here. It's worth pointing out that the only tactically guaranteed way to take Brest in this position was for Burgundy to cut Gascony and for Paris to be the mover into Brest, right? Because Paris is cuttable as a support. But actually, hold on. Yeah, that's correct. It is cuttable as a support for Picardy or for English Channel. So that is kind of what they had to do. And as a result, Germany's in an English center and an AG, Brest. Okay, then England can take Denmark for now, and the centers remain the same. This is the exact kind of alliance that Brandon would run, where he's just thinking about, what if our units are the same color and we trust each other, and we're just trying to do things the right way for taking out our shared target. Is it messy? Oh, absolutely it is, right? This is going to be hard to disentangle. I think it is better for the English position than for the German one. But if your focus is just to kill France in the most efficient way possible, then I really like this from Philip and Brandon.
Is it possible that they had expected to bounce in the Baltic here?
I mean, that's also a possibility, but I just think I like the dot trading idea more based on what's happening in the French centers. Yeah. So that's
I mean, Patrick, you're right, strictly speaking, about the tactics, but you also have to think about what is Conrad likely to do here, and is he really likely to double? I mean, even if he double supports Brest, can't England take it from English Channel? With Picardy can't be cut, and you cut Gascony. So
No, because Mid-Atlantic remains uncuttable in that case. So Mid-Atlantic supports Brest, Gascony taps Paris, and England can't take it.
yeah, sure, but if Gascony taps Paris in this situation, then you're losing Paris, and you have to retake it. You know, I guess my point is, like, you have to think through what is France likely to do here. I mean, it's a decent. I'm not arguing that this isn't a good set of orders. It's just, you know, is this really how you want to manage the dots? And
also,
clearly it works for them. So we'll see.
Yeah. And also, to the point that this might be a subverted bounce in Baltic, I don't think so, because as Jason Gray points out in the chat, quite importantly, Denmark can be retaken here, so it's not a good stab if Philip wanted to do that. But so just more evidence that that's all agreed and part of a hygiene alliance hygiene plan.
Yeah, it's just strange that the fleet would go to Baltic here and not to Kiel if that was it. But all right, we've given that enough attention. Let's move over to the east here. Tell us about it, Adam, or Patrick, rather.
Conrad will be quite unhappy with his position until he sees what's happening in the east and how bad Austria's position is. Could be worse, right? That's always the case when you're France. And in this case, oh boy, Italy's in Vienna, Russia's in Budapest, Turkey's in Serbia. Classic thing here. It is worth noting that Austria has retreated to Tyrolia and Albania, which are two prime spaces for shenanigans. So we'll find out what they do there. Whatever they do, it'll probably be anti-Italian because, well, Tanya's the one that betrayed them most of all when they needed to in fall of 1901, and everything kind of cascaded from there, or winter 01, as the case may be. And in the meantime, I mentioned earlier that a fleet Naples build, it could go west. It could influence that part of the board, but it could also be anti-Turkish. And look at that. It's anti-Turkish. Ionian goes to Aegean, and now all of a sudden, there is play on Greece. So Tanya clearly pitching some kind of wintergreen setup here to Michalis. And with the North only getting more and more exposed to a potential Russian pivot to a build in St. Pete, maybe a wintergreen isn't such a bad idea right now to counteract the EG momentum and go for a combined push west once the Balkan situation is more settled.
So it is a messy tactical situation here with Venice vulnerable, Trieste, potentially vulnerable if Michalis isn't true this turn. It's hard not to notice that while Tanya's in Vienna, Michalis is in Bohemia, Galicia, Budapest. What do you guys expect? What do you expect to happen here in the East? Let's focus on that because it's we've got we've got a kaleidoscope of colors all around the Balkans and the Austrian centers.
Yeah, I mean, if Michalis is on Tanya's side here, then there is no issue for Tanya, right? Because Adriatic covers Venice, Vienna supports Trieste, Budapest could even support Trieste to prevent Turkish chicanery. But if Michalis wants to play a bit more greedy, if he has his eye on Vienna right now, if he just still wants to work with Marcus Moore, and this thing from Tanya isn't coordinated with Michalis, but it's just a Hail Mary play to get him on side, then things get a lot more complicated. And so we really need to see the fall moves. There's no way to predict this until we see that, because it could be either one. It could be Tanya went for a Hail Mary because she knows there's an RT and wants to imbalance it somehow, or it could be that this is all planned between Russia and Italy.
If there's moves here, I think that are pretty safe where Michalis can even help Tanya take force Greece here, right? Because he can cut Bulgaria while still doing like Galda Rum, Seb supports Galda Rum to belager it, right? So there's a lot of possibilities here. If they want to play aggressive, they could make plays on Serbia. I would work with the assumption that Michalis and Tanya are coordinating here. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be.
I will say though, how much do you really want Greece to fall here as Russia right now? Right? Do you really want to offer that? Because if you piff the only really useful anti-Italian unit, or the only useful anti-Italian fleet, at least that Turkey has, then that's really going to predilect Turkey towards defending against you more than against Italy, in my opinion. So that's one danger.
That fleet Greece is going to be gone, whether it's right now or it's next year. But yeah, I mean, it's a valid point. I mean, maybe the deal is that Tanya is putting down units and going west very, very quickly, to shore up things on the other side if that's what they do.
So this turn is going to take us past the halfway point of this game, which means that the players have to start thinking about the end game scenario. Michalis has recovered from a difficult 0-1 and now has quite a lot of options, but it does feel like this is a decision point for him, doesn't it? Does he stick with RT? Does he go with IR? You guys, I think, focused more on the possibility that he would be IR. What about RT? Is that worth paying some attention to?
I mean, of course it is. Yeah, there's still a great position for it here. Turkey's still building from Serbia. Russia can still take Vienna here very easily, right? I would assume Austria is anti-Italian here in their final death throes, based on how the game is shaken out. So there's plenty of play here for the RT. There's fertile ground, and Russia getting those. Maybe Russia does think that it's better for his game if he is the main source of anti-EG units, just by getting that second build from Vienna and building Army Warsaw, Army St. Peter, something like that, and just securing himself against that potential assault from the west, even more so than he would with the one build. So there is an argument from the Russian perspective. I think Winter Green is better for balancing everything.
All right, and this is also a point where there's a lot of skill, I think, in forcing somebody to make a decision that shows them sort of what their thinking is. And Tanya seems to be in that position as well. Like, she needs to know whether she can count on Michalis or not. So her negotiation should include, some requirements that Michalis sort of demonstrate rather than try to sit on the fence. All right, in the West, what are we looking for over here? Straightforward, or are there some opportunities?
I think if you're EG and you're making these super optimal but also kind of weird center swaps, then you trust each other enough to keep going right now.
Yep.
All right. Here are the fall 1904 moves. Let us start in the east, because we do have the blowing up of that fleet in Greece. So Patrick, tell us what happens.
Yeah, there's the blowing up of the fleet in Greece, but Turkey doesn't even try to defend it, which I find very interesting. So there may have been some element of arrangement there. Austria also doesn't mess with Italy at all, amazingly. They try to take a pot shot at Munich, which I assume Michalis made a false promise about support for. And they try to make a play on Greece, which maybe Tanya made a promise of false support for. So a lot of perhaps carrots that weren't actually there to get Andrew to die in the most graceful way possible. Marcus leaves Smyrna open here as well. So clearly, I think the IT relationship is not quite as cooked as Michalis may have, and as we may have assumed, because the blowing up of this fleet looks suspiciously arranged. Marcus looks suspiciously trusting of Tanya, and now without that fleet in Greece, this looks suspiciously like an amazing IT position, especially with the convoy to Livonia distracting Michalis all of a sudden as well. So the GR relationship is breaking down, and I think that's a great place to transfer to Adam.
Yeah, I think, Michalis might be regretting not supporting Tyrelia in Munich right now. This makes sense that Michalis made more neutral moves to not anger anybody in the south, right? Because he knew this was a possibility, that he was going to get that German army in Livonia, and there it is. And he only has one build coming, which makes this a suboptimal situation. You got to wonder why, given all of this, that England didn't find a way to get into Norway right now, right? Get something up into Norway like that. That seems like a missed opportunity, because there's units that are not really doing a whole lot in North and Denmark.
Yeah, it feels like a strange thing to do to have Brandon commit without any backup or any,
very odd to just have that one unit going over. Of course, Brandon is going to be building. Is he building? No, he's not even building. He's not
building.
Even building, right? So
it's not like Michalis is building. Like, this is a strange thing to do.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, I don't think maybe this isn't an all-out attack. It's just that thing that Germany can do sometimes, which is nice about them. They just send one unit east to mess with that side of the board in a way that's just right for them. But I feel like if that's what the intention is, then it might be a mistake, because if there's IT all of a sudden, then you don't really want that army to be there pestering Michalis and dividing his attention, right? Because that means Turkey and Italy are much bigger threats to top the board than he is at the moment. So it's difficult. It seems like a play made with limited information that looks bad now, but is understandable in the moment. And I'm sure the Sideline Report will hash that out more.
That is a good segue. Let's have a listen.
All right, welcome to Sideline. As we go in 1904, actually, what the players are going to do is they're going to write the orders for fall 1904. They're going to take a break, so we won't know the adjudication of the fall. But let's talk about the spring. How do we start here, Peter?
Everyone is Michalis' friend in spring 1904. We're basically at the halfway point of the game. I don't know if the players are counting their moves right now, but we're halfway there. Everyone wants to be Michalis' friend, and he's using the elimination of Austria, or the impending elimination of Austria, to try to get Turkey a build to put a fleet down to go after Italy, to get Italy a build to put the fleet to go after Turkey. Create some Italy-Turkey conflict, so he's got play in the south. Northern powers seem to want to work with him in spring of 04.
The man has a full-on RT juggernaut. He's got a winter green going.
And he's in a triple in the West.
This is a triple in the. This is not a joke. They all come to him, and he's friendly with everybody, and he's spinning a lot of plates right now. It doesn't look like it's hurting him too much. It's almost effortless. It's quite amazing.
It's quite amazing. He just needs to find a growth path.
Black Sea Fleet is really bothering him. That's the one area he can't really knock down. But everyone else is trying to create little fissures in spring 1904. Everyone's whispering to Brandon, hey, what about those English fleets? And England, they're going, hey, Brandon's bigger. What are we going to do? E.g., hatch a plan. This is really the idea of Philip, which is he will take Denmark and in exchange support Brandon into Brest. Brandon accepts that deal, and he's still up one, so he's happy about that. But I'm telling you, Brandon, let's not talk about everyone's a friend. I mean, Brandon's got a lot of friends on this board.
Brandon has a lot of friends on this board right now because he's got Michalis as a friend, like everyone else. He's got Philip. And in fall of 04, he has an offer from Conrad.
What's the offer? This is important.
Conrad is offering to go up into Irish or North Atlantic Ocean, follow his fleet into the Mid-Atlantic, pull an army, and then work with Brandon against Phil.
So those are the players that we're looking at. As we move into the fall, the big move in the adjudication, at least from what I could tell, is we had the agreement that we talked about. But in the east, okay, Tanya moves her fleet to the Aegean. And this is really the first time she's gotten back on her feet, and now she wants some gains, and she's really worried about Turkey, and she goes there, and that creates some tension.
That creates a lot of tension. I miss those conversations. You should hopefully tell me.
I have this in my book. So Tanya, first conversation is with Turkey. This is why Tanya's a great player, and she goes, first of all, I would like to say, I'm not taking responsibility for the actions that occurred, but Michalis told me there was no reason for a fleet to go west. that is, and then and Marcus was like, okay, and he asked Michalis about it, and Michalis was like, I didn't have any conversation with her about that, but that was funny. So there's this whole debate, and of course, Tanya tells Marcus, I'm just going to take Greece. Well, she can't actually just take it. But, she says, I'm going to take it. And he's a little worried about it. But then he's like, I can rebuild the fleet in Smyrna. And Michalis tries to tell him, he said, well, wouldn't this be the time? Wouldn't this be the time if she's attacking you to get the fleet into Cannes and to start thinking about getting fleets against Italy? And he goes, nah, just too worried about you. What happened in the West, or what did you observe in the fall?
There was after Conrad offered Brandon. Conrad had no idea what Brandon was going to do, and Brandon said, "I simply don't know what I'm going to do." But Brandon and Phil had a long conversation. Phil wants some tempo and was proposing some faster moves against
Brandon likes
France.
to chill.
And Brandon likes to chill, and this is a very differing style in their relationship. Phil wants to force Gascony and get even suggesting that Brandon convoy over into Livonia, which would cause a lot of fireworks.
Oh, yeah.
But Brandon just wants to chill, and Phil realizes that chilling is going to get him in a diplomatic situation that's good, so he agrees to a chill move.
I learned a lot from Brandon, to be honest with you, because Peter, I think you could too. We're both a little on it in these games, trying to do our schemes. But I'm not even sure Brandon's thinking about the map or anything. It's all about the relationships. It's all about chilling. He really has good relationships with every single person on this board. Not one enemy. It's amazing, and we'll see how it goes. Thanks so much.
Good stuff. As always, Adam, go to you first. What do you take away from that sideline report?
Brandon continues the vibes, and it's working with Phil, right? So Phil sees himself as growing, maybe not moving quite as aggressively as he wants to, but he sees it all as working, and Brandon's feeling good. So I think that's really important to note that the two of them are not showing any signs of friction there, right? I think the other really interesting thing is just this ongoing way that Tanya is negotiating with Marcus and really kind of throwing things over like, oh, well, I don't have a choice. This is what I needed to do. It's, I'm trying to keep,
It's McCallus's fault.
It's not, don't blame me, blame McCallus. It's not me, So it's an interesting way to negotiate, but
it worked.
It worked for that turn. I mean, we'll see if it's what happens now, right? Because Marcus presumably puts another fleet down here, and what does that do going forward? But yeah,
I'm fully expecting an army here, actually.
Wow, that would be remarkable. I think
it would be bold.
The blow up of Greece. It's too convenient. Like, it feels too arranged. Marcus could have defended that if he wanted and keep the momentum going against Italy, and then build another fleet to back that fleet up. But no, like, if he wanted a fleet in the Med right now, he would have kept that fleet in the Med to start out with.
So that would mean that you would think that Marcus is thinking IT. He goes after Russia here and joins with Tanya.
I don't know how the heck it transitioned to that. Tanya is just a wizard like that, but yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I don't know, man. You are so open. Tanya has shown no propensity to be trusted. She's doing what she wants. I don't want to give her the leeway to move if I'm playing it to move as she wants here. I recognize the risk associated with that, but and then McCallus is in many ways in a better position to work with me against Tanya than he is to fight me from this position, right? Because of the fleet in Romania. So I'm gonna make the pro McCallus move here and try to roll with that.
There isn't really a good stab here on Turkey, though, if you're Italy, right? Because Greece is a fleet, so Serbia is not really that threatened. Smyrna can be defended with 2-on-2. So if you're Marcus here and you're just thinking, and Jason, I think Jason's comment here is right. Like, it has to be RT here or Tanya wins. Maybe it's a little bit of an exaggeration, but yeah, it gives Tanya really all the freedom in the world and on this board. But if you're Marcus, it's only your second or third tournament ever. It's your first top board ever, like your first proper top board at a major tournament. Like, at this point in the game, you're happy to be alive. You're happy to have a decent position, and you're probably willing to still work with and grow work with anybody that says the right things to you and is honest, at least in the recent past, and then is willing to give you a growth path, right? And that's what Marcus has right now into Russia potentially, especially with this German army in Livonia all of a sudden.
Interesting. There does seem to be RT could go together. The question would be whether McCallus would be happy with that with the fleet in Black Sea. What do you build if you're McCallus here, Adam?
Army Moscow. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, he called you. I just said Army Moscow. I jumped the gun there. Sorry.
Yeah, Army Moscow.
All right, let's move on over to Philip Weissert in England. What does Philip build? Anything besides
Fleet Liverpool? Yeah.
Patrick, any alternatives?
If you're still in the EG, it's Fleet Liverpool.
If you're not,
Army Eddie.
And
no, Fleet Eddie.
There's there's an argument for Army Eddie here. Actually,
there is, but it's an EG argument, not a stab argument.
Yeah. There's an EG argument for Army Eddie here. I think it's a possibility. I still think it's Fleet Liverpool because you don't need the second army. That army in London can go up to Norway anyway. So.
Yeah, the Army Eddie would be to protect Liverpool, discourage the Mid-Atlantic Irish there. Yep.
The more I look at Army Eddie, the more I like it. You know why? Because how does EG make progress against France right now? They don't do it by sea, really. They do it by pipping Gascony, which they have a guarantee to do from this position in the spring. Or not a guarantee, but they have a guarantee to kick it out of Gascony. And from there, do you really need to force Mid-Atlantic, or can you force Mid-Atlantic to pull back to Spain? And then in the meantime, you can work away at the Russian centers to open a new front, right? So there is, it doesn't have to be Fleet Liverpool here.
This is a place where Fleet Holland is pretty difficult for England. Just makes you not want to leave North Sea even if you were fully committing to the EG. So interesting benevolent slowdown of England from Germany's part, supposedly benevolent. Here are the builds. We do have a Fleet Edinburgh.
Fleet Eddie.
That was sort of thrown out briefly, I think, by Patrick as an anti-German build. Is that how you see it now?
I'm really well with Mid-Atlantic coming off. Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
this
why
is
not convoy to Belgium here and go to Helgoland and north? I mean,
and take Brest and Paris with French help. Yeah,
sure. Why not?
If they're willing.
I don't know that that's what you do,
well,
but I'm just saying that
you take Brest, France takes Paris, and then you use
you certainly could try to do that right here. I mean, of course, with Germany and the Baltic, that kind of puts a little bit of a damper because now you've got guesses around Sweden and all of that kind of jazz. But I mean, you could try.
All right, we will see how that transpires. We also have Army Moscow, which is what you both predicted.
Fleet Smear. You got yeah, absolutely,
absolutely
right play.
That's not a misplay on its own, but not defending Greece last turn was such a misplay. If that's what you need right now, diplomatically, yeah.
So this at least suggests that not fully on board with an IT. Question is what happens next there. We didn't discuss Tanya's build.
Clearly, the goal is RT here, but the fact that he let Greece get blown up just slows it down so much, at least from the Turkish perspective. Russia doesn't really care that much, but.
So we didn't discuss Tanya's builds here. Seemed like these aren't surprising at all, right? When army and a fleet gives her the most tactical flexibility. I'm curious from you guys who you like from this point. We are now past the halfway point. There are maximum of 3 game years left. Who would you most want to be on this board? And Patrick, we'll start with you.
Oh, this is tough. It's a great top board. There's plenty of people in contention, I'd say. But I'm gonna take England. I'm gonna go with Philip here. I think the disband of Mao is pretty big here. I think it betrays Conrad's willingness to work with England if he's going to turn around on Germany here. And the German dots are up to the taking, right? Like Brandon has made a serious diplomatic misstep here, not just tactical but also diplomatic with the convoy to Livonia, clearly, and that's opened him up to a really good potential improvement for Philip's position here. Belgium, Brest, Holland, they're all there for the taking. Maybe you lose Sweden in the process of that, but you can take that back without too much fuss. You've still got McAuliffe as a friend. You've got potentially Conrad as a friend. Even if Conrad's still hostile to you, what can he really do to you? And in the meantime, I think the biggest threat from the east was Tanya if there was an IT to emerge. But now that that's clearly not the case, I don't really see as credible of a threat from anyone else.
Adam, who do you like?
I'm going to go with Tanya here. I just have a lot of confidence in her ability to manage the diplomatic situation in the East. And if the West is about to blow up, which it may or may not, that even adds to it. But I think that she has done a masterful job of just managing the diplomacy in her theater, and will find the ally or the short-term ally to continue to make gains.
Yeah, the mere fact that Tanya's on 7 tied for the lead right now after where her position was 2 years ago is just it's an incredible testament to her ability to influence the sport diplomatically.
Well, also I want to say great game, Andrew. Hope the experience was good. I know it was a rough game, but man, this is the big time, and well done making it here and fighting it out till the end.
Yeah, it's hard to beat Austria if nobody really wants to ally with you, and that appeared to be the case here. All right, so the picks from the two of you were Philip and Tanya. Could make a good case for McAuliffe or Brandon as well, and even Marcus. Things could turn for him. I think
totally. I think there are 5 players who still are completely viable in this game.
Turning point, right? Like this year, critical year to set yourself up to be able to make a move in the last 2 years. And so let's get started finding out who's able to do that. Switch you guys up. Patrick, you're back in the West. Let's start with you.
All right. So it looks like the Fleet Eddy is actually fine with everybody. It's all copacetic with the EG. I don't know if that is the best build for that alliance, if it's still on, but that's what they're doing. We see the convoy to Norway. We see Denmark to Sweden. Denmark's being traded back, it seems like. Whether how they choose to balance that out remains to be seen. We also see some interesting developments in the French front, which is to say there isn't a whole lot. Like England isn't able to push into Mao because there's no fleet Liverpool. They don't try to push into Gascony, which I was expecting to try and secure Marseille. And now Germany has some issues elsewhere with Russia and Italy seemingly lining up on the line together, and Adam should probably discuss the rest of that.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the things that I find like so impressive about Tanya's game. She walks out of Vienna in this position, right? Which is just shows the level of trust she's willing to put in to the people that she is going to ally with, right? She goes all in with Michalis here, takes the support to Serbia, goes out to Tyrolia and repositions her armies, supporting herself to Aegean. You know, this is just putting herself in such a great position. It's a good position for Michalis as well, but I think he's probably going to take Vienna in the fall, I guess. To kind of balance things out, but nonetheless, I think this is just a really strong opening position for her. I also like how she goes to Tyrrhenian Sea here from Naples rather than following into the Ionian. I think that's a really interesting choice because she's free to drop back down into the Ionian. In the fall, feels like she doesn't immediately need to be in the Eastern Med. Better to get one fleet out towards the west at this point.
So we've had a sort of rotating series of big decision hats that have been passing around these players. This was big decision turn for Michalis, choosing between I and T, and clearly has chosen I. There's been some speculation about whether RT was needed in order to keep Tanya from winning. So we'll see how that evolves, whether this decision can be viewed as an operative cause if Tanya does indeed win. What do you guys go for it, Patrick?
Speaking to that point about Tanya's growth here, Serbia, of course, is hers. The dot that probably wins her the game, I think, is French, most likely, regardless of whether she allies with Russia or Turkey here. That's what gets her past Germany in particular now, or potentially England if he went through with that stab. And the fact that EG aren't pushing further, like into Gascony and trying to take those centers for themselves, maybe suggests that they've accepted that they can't get them before the end of the game, and they want to make sure Conrad is willing to defend them against Tanya if he has to choose.
I am just thoroughly confused by the English and German moves here. They just don't make a whole lot of sense to me. Okay, why did England build an eddy to go up to Norwegian? I mean, and why are you leaving Livonia from this position? Just none of this makes any sense to me. What is this getting you? It's getting you closer to St. Pete, which was a dot that you could take anyway, but now you're putting all of your units towards taking something that really didn't require an entire commitment. England's giving up a center back to Germany for what?
Patrick, do you have
this is just so confusing. It's just so confusing to me.
I wonder if this is maybe some dishonesty from Brandon. Because I could imagine this deal making sense if Baltic takes Denmark back and then Livonia supports England into St. Pete and then they push into Russia further after that, because there is a pretty good position to do that, actually. But now, like, there's no play on Russia. There's no play on France. There might not have been anyway if they chose to push further in that direction, but still they didn't even try. So I agree. This is kind of,
but from Brandon,
if this was arranged, it was self-sabotage. If Brandon has a plan here, then I'm willing to see it.
From Brandon's perspective, if you're convinced that you're not going to push into France and you're not going to get anything further from France at this point, you don't have a play on England. So why, you're already in Livonia? Why are you not going to Silesia and Burgundy back to Munich? You don't need to be in Burgundy right now. You know, I don't get it. Sorry.
I mean, just because this might be hostile from Brandon, it doesn't mean it makes sense. It just means it makes more sense than it being an EG thing. Yeah.
It does feel, at the very least, defensive against England, doesn't it? Covering Belgium, convoying back to Denmark, whether he expected to get in or not. At least it prevents England from, eviscerating him.
So you think that this is basically Brandon covering for what he thinks he's about to get stabbed based on England's builds, which, I guess if that's the case, why convoy to Denmark rather than to Kiel?
And Kiel, yeah. That suggests he knew that Denmark was going back to Sweden.
So if you're expecting the stab and you want to pull back, I would think Kiel would be the place to send the army back. But I don't know.
Yeah. what do we think about the Munich situation?
Just that it's sitting there, or I mean,
there are three moving parts that could allow Brandon to lose Munich here, but I'm interested. I don't know. I don't think there's a good argument for. I think there's a good argument for Conrad to cut Burgundy, but whether he actually does it is anyone's guess. And there's no reason for Tanya to get Munich here for Michalis, but there is maybe a reason for Michalis to get Munich if they think the EG is still together here.
Well, the reason for Michalis to get it from Tanya's perspective is so that he's not also taking Vienna, which he might do anyway.
That's also true.
From Galicia. But that's the argument. If Michalis wants it and you're Tanya, you're probably going to say, okay, I support you in,
Yeah, a question would be whether Conrad would want to tap Burgundy there in order to help the East out. And there's the perspective of, why not? These guys mess me up. On the other hand, Fleet Tyrrhenian Sea, suggests, and there's an army in Venice that could easily go to Piedmont. So Patrick was eyeing one of the French centers for Tanya's wins, possible Tanya's as well. All right, fall of 1905. Let's do it. Adam, we'll start with you with that blender of lines in the East.
Wow. Okay, so a lot happening, but ultimately this is coming up Michalis in a nice way, right? So he does take Vienna, but he also takes Bulgaria here, which is really huge. So that is just great for Michalis. He puts Tanya into Munich. They don't even try to defend it because England is apparently stabbing Germany, or at least whatever happened last turn set that alliance off. I guess I don't know that it's so much that England is stabbing Germany so much as, like, I think at this point they said this ain't going anywhere after Brandon convoyed back out of Russia. So yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the West, I did mention before, if Brandon's spring moves make more sense as hostile towards England than continuing the alliance, but they still don't make a lot of sense. And that is backed up here in the fall. As it turns out, those moves were hostile. They did make England angry, but England is able to successfully retaliate by not just taking Belgium, but piffing that fleet in Belgium, because Conrad did indeed cut Burgundy. So that's a pretty big coup for Philip's position. Even though he is losing Denmark, he's even, but Michalis does not cut Norway, so Germany can take Sweden. So he's still in pretty solid shape here. He's certainly got a better chance to top now than Brandon. Brandon loses Munich to Italy, as Russia takes Vienna, so that makes sense for balancing as well. Actually, now that I look at it, this is better for Michalis than Tanya keeping Vienna and him getting
Tanya builds 3 here.
No, she doesn't.
Two. She builds 2. I'm sorry.
No, she only builds 1 because she gained Serbia and Munich.
She lost Vienna. Vienna. Yeah.
So they're even on. So Russia and Italy are even on 8 now. Germany has been knocked down to 6. So the East has kind of taken control of this game now. I got to say, especially with all
I think that last turn, that spring 1905, that what seemed to us to be nonsensical. I mean, I think this killed the game for the West.
Yeah,
this basically guaranteed that neither Western power is going to be, I don't know, guaranteed, but it really reduced the chances that Philip or Brandon are going to have a chance at winning this. It's going to be Tanya or Michalis.
Fully agree. Yeah.
All right, why don't we listen to some sideline reporting from this year and then come back and give a think.
All right, welcome to the sideline report from 1905. Things are getting tense. Michalis pretty upset with that army going to Livonia. His quote of the day for me was, he goes, "A one army invasion of Russia is mental." What do we got?
I mean, how do you negotiate with someone who has just vibe convoyed an army into Livonia? Eventually, Michalis and Brandon talk about, it's going to convoy back, but Michalis says, "You have no problem with convoying back, but are you actually going to do it?"
Well, and as it turns out, he does convoy
it back. So eventually England and Germany, they work through their moves. It takes them a bit of time to get to where they should. Eventually there's a suggestion that Baltic goes to Bosnia where it's supposed to go, and that Denmark is going to go back to Sweden. And I guess Brandon sees his chance and says, "I'm convoying into Denmark."
And he did it.
And he did it.
And Philip is not happy about it. Okay, so there's two, and there's another set of moves, right? Not just the convoy to Denmark kind of affecting the West stabilization, but then add on, it's a sad fact, but you can't be everybody's friend. And Michalis had to make a choice there between Turkey and Italy, and he picked Tanya. And this was a really good turn for Tanya. Conrad invited her into the Tyrrhenian. Tanya went to Serbia. She, with Michalis' support, and Michalis was struggling because once that happened, and Tanya, and she gets a hold of you, man. She was feeling it, and she didn't want to give Vienna back to Michalis. Asked for Michalis' support to Munich, and Michalis is like, "Do I not get a bill out of this? Like, what's happening?" And Conrad is upset that he invited her. He goes, "I'm disinviting her now. Now she can take Marseille." This is a really good turn for Tanya.
It's great for Tanya. There's another thing that I should mention about the spring moves. So Brandon, at the end, when the time ran out, he'd only written half of his orders. And if he had a chance, maybe he could have piffed that army in Picardy as well, which would have been a much stronger position against Phil. As it is, Phil's ready to strike on Belgium in the fall if he wants it.
The other thing that's remarkable, okay, and I think remarkable on a top board, the name of the game is diplomacy. There's not a lot of diplomacy going on. It's who's talking to Michalis and who's talking to Tanya. Brandon is literally just chilling now. He doesn't have a lot of friends. And so it is remarkable to see what's happening. I mean, he's not scrambling. This is the downside of the chilling strategy right now.
Yeah, Brandon's a little bit more despondent, I think, in fall because
You can see his body language.
He's made a move, but he sort of realizes that he may have botched it.
This is how bad it is. Conrad and Philip are talking about how they're going to attack in the fall 1905 Brandon, and Brandon's just sitting there right next to him. It's kind of sad, lonely, a little bit like Brandon Fogel sometimes. All right, we're going to go catch the moves and see you soon.
All right, then. The downside of the chilling strategy. Patrick's having some fun over there. Welcome back, Patrick. Yeah, the downside of the chilling strategy and a lack of diplomacy at a moment on the top board when it's most critical. What do you guys think is happening sort of at the meta level on this board? Adam, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I wonder if again if that spring 05 turn kind of sucked the energy out of the West, right? And if you know, and Brandon may have seen it too, right? After the moves were read and he realized what he did, and there may be this board may be coming to a resolution where that says like we recognize we're no longer in this, so we're gonna just do what we need to do for the next 2 years, and that's it. That's certainly the vibe I'm getting from the description that Ed made about the lack of diplomacy. It's just Tanya's talking to people, Michalis is talking to people, and everyone else is kind of just if they're not talking to one of them, they're just kind of whatever.
Yeah, my monitor went dark, so I had to finagle around with my setup a bit. Not sure why that happened. But yeah, I think that this really speaks to what we saw on the board, which is Brandon just had a bit of he had an idea. It was a bit half-baked. He didn't execute. He didn't write all the orders that he needed to write in order to really be effective in what he was trying to do. And now he's been punished for it for sure, and that's sunk his chances at the top. It's interesting to see, like, there's sort of a bipolar nature to things right now. Like, it was mentioned what Ed said, who's talking to Michalis, who's talking to Tanya. No one's really treating England like the threat he is, or at least no one feels the need to, talk to him to help him or hurt him, right? It's I found that a little to stick out as well.
Can you talk a bit about the threat that you believe Philip poses?
I mean, Brandon isn't really well equipped to defend himself against this attack at this point. Like Holland is gone, Denmark is gone, Kiel is probably gone. St. Petersburg maybe isn't on the table anymore, but I think especially if Russia and Italy end up trying to dot each other at the end as well, like there is still definitely a path here for Philip. I think he's 2 behind right now, but he's kind of got 2 in pocket off this German attack that is going to be very successful, I think, as Brandon tries to stabilize his center.
I think there's a lot of guesses for Philip. I don't think it's as clear cut that for him to be taking Holland and Denmark and whatnot. I mean, I think his position is certainly better than Philip, but I'm not quite as convinced that this is as much a done deal.
As far as what goes, Adam?
As far as Philip making more gains against
Yeah.
Brandon. And if anything, I think Tanya from her position in Munich is probably incentivized to help Brandon, right? It's because if she's being helpful, she's not getting kicked out of Munich so quick. And Brandon doesn't necessarily want to kick her out of Munich because then he's got to cover everything else. So I'm not.
Does Brandon really care though? Like we're getting into secondary motivations territory now for Germany. Like maybe he's going to feel quite bad that he did that stupid thing to England, and now he's kind of ruined his own game and maybe England's game. So he's going to be okay with whatever England does while he's annoyed at Tanya.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah,
could be.
So the situation we find ourselves in with 2 game years left is McCallis and Tanya tied at 8. McCallis has the tiebreaker despite being the number 1 seed. He dropped below Tanya, so that is operative at this moment. And then we have England and Germany, Philip and Brandon tied at 6, not out of it, but fighting and with obstacles in their way. Let's focus on Tanya and McCallis now, who you guys both agree have the upper hand as far as the path to the win goes. I'm going to give each of you one of them to analyze. Patrick, we'll start with you with McCallis. What does McCallis need to do to win this game?
Well, first of all, he has the tiebreak over Tanya, you said, right? Yeah. So I don't think he really needs to be that aggressive here. He just needs to make sure he can hold his gains and maybe get a slice of turkey if that's what's necessary. I think he doesn't need to be nearly as aggressive as the other players here. He just needs to play England and Italy off maybe as bigger threats to each other than he is to them, and just remain defensible in all areas. And as long as he does that, and as long as maybe he has Serbia in pocket to guarantee in 1907, then as extra insurance, then he should be able to top this board fairly solidly.
So don't fight Tanya now, but set yourself up to do it in 1907. That's
exactly. Just remain defensive and don't play your hand until you really need to. And
make sure you don't lose St. Petersburg to an EG that suddenly start getting along.
Yeah,
that's what I heard from you. What do you build then? If you want to do,
I'm gonna take the other position.
Actually, no, Moscow South, Army South.
I'm gonna take the other position on this. I think that McCallis should plow into Tanya right now, and he should play into the fact that Turkey may be more angry with Tanya than it is. A lot does depend on Turkey, but if Turkey is in fact still looking for an ally, and he can play into the fact that, look, you have no way to work with Tanya here. You can work with me. We don't, we get you to a respectable end game position. I think that is what he needs to do. I think you plow it because the centers you need to get are Trieste and Serbia, and that's probably enough if you can hold out elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad choice by any means. It's just you're not guaranteed to need Trieste and Serbia. It depends on what else Tanya can get to pull ahead of you.
And all right, so Patrick, you settled on would you say Moscow and Sevastopol, 2 armies? Is that right? And Adam, what do you do if plowing into the
I think it's the same builds actually. I don't think it's any different. There's maybe an argument that you want to build in Sev just because, but if you're going to try to get Turkey on side, maybe it's not that. So it's certainly Warsaw, and then I think could go either way with Moscow or Sev.
All right, let's turn to Tanya now, and Adam, we'll start with you. What does Tanya need to do to win this game from here?
Tanya wins this diplomatically, not necessarily positionally, because I don't think her position is in Austria and whatnot is quite as strong. So she needs to make the case to McCallis why he should not immediately be plowing into her while she's trying to find some way to get a dot off of France. But I think that's how she wins this game.
What does she build in your opinion?
Army Venice.
All right. So even if getting a dot off of France is the goal, you don't build a fleet here in Naples.
You're not
or
going
Rome.
to. I don't think you get a. I don't think you get a dot that way. I think you again.
Oh.
I think you get it diplomatically, not through force.
Oh, by convincing Conrad to give it to you?
Not necessarily Conrad. Maybe it's Brandon. Maybe it's just you're getting Conrad.
Okay.
Maybe you're just getting Conrad out of position so that you
Yeah.
can take it later. You're not getting him to offer you a dot. He's not going to. Conrad's not going to do that. But
it can be Brandon. It can be Conrad. Army Venice is what puts you in that conversation either way. Right?
Yeah.
All right. So Patrick, you agree with Army Venice? Do you also agree with the strategy?
Yeah, I think Tanya can't force her way to the top here. She needs to pull her beguiling tricks that she kind of has all tournament. So not out by any means, but yeah, it's gonna be a little harder than McCallus, I think.
All right, let's see how the builds shake out. Winter 1905, we get Moscow and Sevastopol.
Okay.
Not Warsaw. And we get Army Venice as requested by both of you. And we didn't discuss Marcus, but pulling Albania is
that's obvious. Yeah, that's obvious.
Yeah, unless you're choosing option FU, and he has not chosen that. All right, so let's move forward here. We've got spring of 1906. We'll switch two of you up again, and that means Adam is in the west. Let's start there.
Okay, so Michalis does not do what I was mentioning, so he is with Tanya here, at least for the moment, and it looks like they are both copacetic because we really see some demilitarization of Austria, right? With Trieste going up to Tyrolia, Budapest going to Galicia. What really looks like just setting up an attack against Turkey, with the exception of Sev going to Rum rather than Armenia, right? Which is really would have been the more aggressive way to do it, but showing not complete trust to Tanya. I don't know. I mean, the move to Galicia here, like, I don't know.
It seems to be a bit conflicted between Budapest to Galicia doesn't really jive with Sev to Rum.
No.
Because all the other moves suggest that you'd rather stick with Italy and kill Turkey, but why not move Sev to Arm in that case if you're just going to trust them with that and go after those dots?
Yeah, you can cover Rum from Bud, or you can go like Vienna to Bohemia and Bud to Vienna. Like it's a strange one to me.
Covering Livonia feels a little strange too, given St. Petersburg to Norway. And also Brandon's playing style. Like Michalis had to know that there wasn't going to be a convoy in there. So
well, it was weird for Germany to go to Livonia earlier, so it's less weird for him to cover it now.
It's a trust but verify, right? Like it's not any worse off in Livonia than it is in Moscow.
Yeah,
and it's just making sure.
I mean, it does give you the option to go to Prussia here and put 2 on Berlin, but I'm with you guys about both Sevastopol and the move from Budapest to Galicia.
I don't. That's weird. It's weird.
Yeah.
We do have. I'm sorry. Please continue then and tell us about the West, Adam.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Okay,
Patrick. Tell us about the West, Patrick.
Yeah, don't erase me from this turn. How dare you? All right, so Brandon is in fact mad at Philip still, or he's trying to attack Philip either way. Michalis cuts Norway so that he can pick up Sweden. So that makes a fair bit of sense from his perspective. England and France combined to kick Brandon out of Brest, although that is inconvenient for Philip since that means there's an extra army on Belgium that is hostile in the fall. So some extra complications there, but Sweden and Denmark can both be retaken. Holland is still on the table. It's a bit messier. He might actually have to give up Norway to Michalis in order to make both of those work. I don't know if there's an argument for maybe letting Russia have Norway here to maybe force Tanya into a more hostile stance towards Michalis in the final year. But either way, speaking of Tanya, she tries to go to Piedmont, is bounced out. So Conrad is not eager to throw centers to Italy at the moment, perhaps. Still seemingly playing for the best result he can between that and the retake of Brest. And then bounce in Holland. Munich supports Burgundy, which is pretty token, given how the tactics play out, but could be useful here now that Kiel is going to come under threat probably next spring.
I'm just imagining the moves here for 1 second where instead of these moves by Michalis, that we have Vienna to Trieste supported by Budapest, Bohemia to Vienna, and actually the rest of the shifts all happening.
Bohemia to Tyrolia, right?
No,
what you're doing?
Bohemia to Vienna. Let her into Tyrolia.
Oh, I mean, Buda. Oh, I see. Yeah.
So basically, sliding Vienna down to Trieste and sliding Bohemia into Vienna.
Yeah, as opposed to sending Budapest to Trieste and pulling Bohemia down to Tyrolia.
Correct, because you don't want to be dislodging Trieste, and like if you're going to make the attack, you don't want to dislodge Trieste to go to Albania. You want it up in Tyrolia where it's not really doing anything.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Vienna to Trieste and Budapest supports Romania into Serbia. Is that what you said? And then Sevastopol comes down.
You could make the attack on Serbia here, or you could do exactly what you're doing to reposition your armies by letting Tanya support you into Bulgaria, sliding the other ones down because you're in a position to take Serbia in the fall. It has nothing behind it.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, you could try to get both Trieste.
Correct.
And
So I feel like that is a killer position for Michalis. Really, really good position. Especially knowing that this is what Tanya's doing.
Yeah, and he would be at risk of losing Bulgaria at the most, and that would be to a combined Italian-Turkish. Patrick, give you the opportunity to weigh in on that. Do you think this is an opportunity missed by Michalis to take hold of the game?
I think the opportunity is still there. You can still make a play for those dots in the fall, or at the very least for Serbia. And I think shuffling into black and getting the army into Bulgaria, it is very useful to one extent, because it does give you the potential to maybe make a play on both Italian dots and Ankara in the final year. Like, that is a factor, and black is important for that. So that I respect the urge
I like
to get
the slide.
Bulgaria East Coast off of Bulgaria East Coast and into a more useful position from that perspective.
Yeah, I like the slide into black and getting those armies down. I do. I probably would still do that. The question is, do you do that along with the attack on Trieste and locking her units out of position for being able to retake anything? But
I mean, it depends on what Silesia can do. If you're thinking maybe I can get into Berlin instead and just keep the Balkans more likely as they are, or just take Serbia last year and leave Trieste.
It's 1906. It's 1906 in a 1907 game, Patrick. If you're playing the long game, you absolutely don't do what I just said. No way you do this, right? But it's 1906 in a 1907 game. You've got to make your move. Right, you can't just say, because everybody knows 1907. Of course, everybody's going to try to just go dot grabbing in 1907. That's why you need to get your move done in 1906.
Well,
when the opportunity's there. Maybe.
The theme of this tournament has been people haven't really been dot grabbing into last year as much as we thought. Those alliances have been sticking together. So clearly, Michalis has.
If you're gonna stick to your alliance to come in second place on a top board, sure.
Yeah. Michalis isn't a chump. He's thinking all the same thoughts you are, even if he's not drawing the same conclusions.
Totally agree.
He has a plan here to grow and get the dots he needs, and I think I sort of see where he's going.
And frankly, right now he could go gal the bud, try to walk into Trieste and support himself into. I mean, there's stuff he could do right now, right? If getting Tanya out of position in the spring with her thinking maybe it's all copacetic and she's going to support herself to Piedmont and all of that. So maybe it's going to happen right now.
Does Tanya try to take the initiative and hit Bulgaria here and pull those armies back?
Yep, that's a possibility. Yep.
That's totally doable. That's totally worth it if he wants to do that. It depends on I think it depends on whether you think Marseille is realistic based on what you've seen from Conrad's move so far, and whether Brandon might help you. I think that's an important factor here.
Well, and Conrad could, in theory, get a build here. He has to open up Marseille for the build.
It's a rough guess, though.
That is a rough guess.
I mean, Conrad's the kind of player, though, I think, who would be like, you know what? It doesn't matter to me whether I get it or Tanya gets it. Like, let me take it. The only way I get the build is if I leave Marseille. So, I think in his mind, he's probably thinking, if I could get Burgundy and Lyon to bounce in Marseille, that would be great. All right, let's pull forward into fall of 1906. So, big questions we're thinking about now is like, do Michalis and Tanya stick with each other, or do they think it's time to make a move on each other? That's kind of the big question at this moment, isn't it? Because neither Brandon or Philip are getting in position to be able to make the move they need. Do you guys, anyone want to disagree with that?
No.
Well, it's not going to be Brandon or Philip, right? So, I mean, whatever's going on there is somewhat, I think, tangential to the outcome of the game in many ways. The only thing the things that matter is does Philip try to set up to take St. Petersburg, because that would have a big impact if he manages to take that.
Yeah, Philip. I think I as much as I've been glazing Philip's position more than you, Adam. I think the fact that Brandon got into Sweden this turn kind of slows him down enough that he's not going to be able to push through that and get enough dots.
All right, spotlight on Michalis and Tanya. Do they play nice, or does one of them or both attack the other? And the answer in fall of 1906 is oof.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh.
Wow.
Whoa. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Where do we
There
want
it
to start
is.
with this one?
Wow.
Oof.
Wow. This is I mean, this is a full board read here, with one exception. There, I think we can make the argument that England has actually, done something here. But let's start in the South. Adam. Yeah, one of them did make a move and appears to have pulled it off spectacularly.
Beautiful play by Tanya here, really just taking advantage of. Wow. So Tanya is now walks into Vienna because Vienna walks out to Bohemia. I guess that the Galicia move was because Michalis was supposed to get Berlin, but instead Brandon says, you know what? Tanya, you can have Berlin. That's okay. Tanya takes Bulgaria here. I can't really tell what the Black Sea or Khan are doing. If either
Black Sea supports Aegean to Khan.
That's a not real.
The agreement
move.
was to give them. Yeah,
that's not
that
a
was
real move.
that was never going to work. It needed that fleet to get into the Eastern Med. So Michalis was a little bit naive here to think that Tanya would be fine with that.
Yeah.
Wow. So Tanya's taking 1, 2, 3 here.
Yes, because she gets Berlin thanks to Brandon supporting her in. Patrick, can you tell us why Brandon might have agreed to that?
Because Brandon's getting Marseille with Italian support. Wow. I still might not agree to this if I was Brandon, honestly. I'd be happy to just, you know what, I want to try and put a build down if I can in Berlin. That'd be pretty funny. But you know what? If he likes Italy to top, it makes total sense. Like Italy is it seems like Munich was sort of a consequence of other issues that happened with Russia and England. So in that sense, Italy is kind of the power that Brandon's had the least friction with this game out of the ones that are in play right now. So I'm not really that surprised to see this. And then elsewhere in the West, we do see Michalis is given Norway by Philip in order for Philip to make sure he retakes Sweden, which is something I alluded to might happen in the spring. Brandon takes back Brest, so the pressure on Belgium is actually fully relieved now. There's nothing left. There's nothing next to Belgium, so the hope that Kiel or Brest or something might fall to England in 07 does remain. Denmark is in pocket as well. So let's see, where does this put England? He's up Holland, down Norway, so he's even still. He's still even on 6, but he's not catching. He's catching Michalis, but he's not. Oh, well, what's that?
Oh no, I'm sorry. No, you're right. He lives in Norway. Never mind. Please continue.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, he's catching Michalis, but he's not catching Tanya. Oof. That's it's a bit too much to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, the question really is: has Tanya just won this game?
Yes. Yeah, I think this game could even end now. I mean, maybe it goes another year, but I mean, look at the position now in the Balkans. I mean, this is not. Well, I guess she can get kicked out of Vienna. Yeah, I mean, maybe
Michalis does have a disband, probably Norway.
Yeah.
It's a difficult path. Turkey is a big X factor as well, but I don't think Turkey's in particularly.
Yeah, I mean, actually, like it's not. I mean, you know, if Norway gets pulled, Michalis still has a bunch of units on Berlin and Munich and on Vienna. So that maybe you give it a shot.
Khan supported Smyrna to hold, by the way, so there was no declaration of intent.
Yep.
All right, so we're going to listen to the sideline report, and you guys were just sort of musing that there could be a way for Tanya to not win this game. We'll come back and give that a little bit more detailed thought right after this.
All right, welcome to the 1906 sideline. It's really interesting, the Tanya Michalis dynamic. They're so, seemingly relaxed with each other. The words are kind. The Nicholas Sahagay thing about everybody lies in 1906 may really come out to haunt people. I don't know. But it started out in a very strange way. Michalis didn't apparently expect to get to Bulgaria. He was just cutting it for whatever reason. I don't know what the issue is. And he's like, how am I in Bulgaria? Like, why did you do that? And she's like, I don't know. I threw the order in at the end. And he's like, well, why did you cut it also? And she's like, I don't know what I was doing. Like, I don't think that was planned or expected, that Bulgarian move.
Yeah, that was a strange one. I was sort of expecting when I was listening to the negotiation in 05 that Tanya was going to ask for it and probably get it. But that never happened, which kind of, I think, shows a little bit about their different mindsets and where they are.
It's true, but the other thing about Tanya and McAllister, so there's obviously different styles, but one thing they do is they ask. You know, they're not afraid to ask for stuff. Whereas other people on the board are, not really asking. There's not much they can do now about it, but in any event, like case in point, Brandon doesn't take Sweden because
Brandon doesn't take Sweden because he doesn't ask McAllister to cut it in fall of 05.
So McAllister didn't cut it. There was no approach even. And McAllister said, of course I would have done that. And of course he does that.
And we see that in spring of 06. McAllister does say in the last 2 minutes that he's cutting Norway, and so Brandon can have Sweden, which may have been the key influence in changing Brandon making Brandon choose what he was going to do that turn. He had a long conversation with England. They talked about even the fact that England was supporting France into Brest in the spring, but will support Germany back in the fall, as long as Germany and England had disentangled. They kind of were talking about how they needed to go after Russia a little bit. Well, Phil had this idea and Brandon's vibing. But Phil knows that McAllister is the danger right now, and Tanya. But
super lengthy negotiation before the moves go in spring 1906 between Tanya and McAllister about exactly what's going to happen with the line. Tanya wants Sev to go to Armenia. And McAllister doesn't say no, but it doesn't say yes. But she had the impression he would do that. They arrange a series of things that McAllister is supposed to do and pull back. And there was a conversation, a vibes conversation about, I mean, I know this is going to make you sick, about how we're never going to stab each other. We're all friends. And here's an exact quote, Tanya to McAllister: if you win by stabbing, I wouldn't be happy. Like, nobody is. McAllister goes, I wouldn't dream of stabbing you. I think he might be dreaming of it. I don't know. But anyways, he does move back, and the audience, such as there is, there's a little bit of a gasp, that like, what's McAllister doing? What's McAllister doing? But they're all negotiating in the fall over, I want Berlin, I want Khan. They're trying to make deals still. They still appear to be working with each other, but I don't know if it'll go through.
Well, McAllister did warn Turkey to defend Khan in the fall, so that's something to keep an eye on. But everyone wants Brandon to do something. And there's a lot of deals being hatched. Tanya putting Brandon into Marseille in exchange for getting Berlin. Brandon giving dots to Phil, perhaps, or moving in a way that will be suboptimal for defending against Phil. McAllister and Brandon just still charging together against England.
Then we have poor old Conrad.
All up in the air.
Conrad's just sitting there. He's like, I invited Tanya into Turanian, and now, like,
and now it's going to haunt him.
So the whole game, this guy it's hilarious. I wish you were here. Anyways, anything more to add on sideline?
I just am wondering and waiting to see what will happen this turn. It's going to be an important one.
Me too.
All right, so a little different from our typical sideline reporting. Happens usually after they've seen the fall moves. These two have not, so they don't have the excitement and wow factor that we had. It's where our focus is on Tanya and McAllister, as it has been now for a little bit. And Tanya said, "I wouldn't be happy if you won by stabbing me." And McAllister said, I would never dream of stabbing you. So all the focus on whether McAllister would stab Tanya seems like McAllister wasn't thinking that Tanya would stab him, and she was.
Yeah, it's maybe a dream he should have had, I guess.
And possibly, a season before it happened to him. Was there anything from the sideline report that you guys wanted to highlight?
Not particularly. The fact that it was recorded before fall moves were read is always a little unfortunate.
I think it reinforces, I think everything we've been hearing, that this is, the board has pretty much come to grips with this being a McAllister and Tanya game, and them really continuing to drive everything. But I think there was one really important nugget there that I think our listeners can take home with them, which is one of the things that both Tanya and McAllister do so well at this game is ask for things they want. right? And that's something I think not to lose sight of as you're, as for listeners, as you're thinking about your own diplomacy game. Is that something that you do? Is that something you're comfortable with? Sometimes we are so cagey, we say, well, if I ask them to support me to Norway, then the world knows that I'm going to Norway, and I don't want to give away that information. And that maybe that's right, but sometimes the ask is so important and can improve your position. And I think it's something that the two of them are really masters of.
All right, let's talk about the state of this game now with a maximum of 2 turns left. Let's just talk about the builds here before we talk about strategy. I think I think Tanya is going to build at least 1 army, and then the other 2 units may not even matter. Maybe a fleet Naples to get an Ionian and help against Greece, but the 3rd unit probably doesn't matter a whole lot. McCollis's build or disband does matter. So let's give some arguments for the various options. And Patrick, we'll start with you. What do you think is McCollis's best option for a disband?
I don't think best is what we should be talking about here. What is he going to do as a person? And
Okay.
he as a person is going to pull Norway. That's the only option for him, right? When McCollis gets stabbed, especially in a high stakes situation like this, he tends to be very, very vengeful, vindictive. And that's not an insult. I would say that's even a compliment because it discourages people from trying to go for that route. But he is going to do everything he can now to make sure Tanya loses as much as possible in this case. And I think he can. Like, Vienna is on the table. Munich is on the table. I think there's still a path for Phil to win this game, actually, if Norway comes off, right? Because then Vienna can, no matter what Turkey does, because then Vienna can be lost. The other Russian centers can be held on to in the south. Munich is vulnerable. Berlin is vulnerable. And then, Denmark, Kiel, Norway, St. Pete are there for the taking for England. So let's not pretend that Tanya's got this fully locked up. There are still complications that she might have to deal with. And McCollis can absolutely make her life hell with the remaining units that he has in this last year.
Adam, is there an argument for any other unit to come off the board for McCollis than Norway?
Well, I think if your goal is to punish Tanya, there's no argument, right? I mean, if your goal is to say, okay, I'm not going to win this game, but I still want to maximize my result, there's probably an argument for keeping Norway. So I really think it's about the mentality, but I tend to agree with Patrick that after a stab like that just took you out of contention, McCollis probably doesn't care that much about whether he ends on, 7 centers or 8 centers or 5 centers, because he's not going to win this game. So he'd want to punish Tanya and remove Norway.
And actually, Philip has a disband here. I'm sorry, Brandon has a disband here. It's less obvious than I might have thought. What do you guys think Brandon disbands here?
Oh, that could be anything.
Yeah, probably Paris or Brest, but I don't know.
I think maybe Denmark, because you just know that's going to be piffed anyway. Like, that's an option.
Or Paris.
Yeah.
All right, let's find out. It's interesting. I mean, it seemed like Tanya might have totally won it, and now we've given it some more thought, and we see that there is another possibility.
I think it's very difficult for anything. Oh, he pulled Prussia. I think it's very difficult for Tanya not to win this. I think even if she does get some guesses wrong and gets knocked down to 10 or 9, I don't know that anyone can go up enough to catch her.
Well, now that we see the units, let's talk about it. Vienna's vulnerable. We've agreed on that. Bulgaria is vulnerable as well. I think we agree on that. There are guesses around Budapest, though, to make either Bulgaria or Vienna vulnerable. And then Berlin is potentially vulnerable, though less so now that Prussia's off the board.
No, I'm kind of baffled. I'm kind of baffled by Prussia coming off, because Norway staying on doesn't make Norway any less defensible. Maybe you keep St. Pete because of that, but now
it lets you keep St. Pete.
If you're still going to top, you're going to go for the German centers that Italy's taken here, right? Like, that's just a no-brainer. No matter what Brandon tries to do about that, like I don't really get it. And Bulgaria's not on the table, so yeah, like to Jason's point, Black Sea is probably possible. I would have pulled Black Sea here if not Norway. I don't get Prussia at all.
All right, let us move forward then. Spring of 1907. We actually have a sideline report from spring of 1907, but I don't know whether it is before or after. So let's look at the moves after they learned the orders, I should say. Here are the moves. Spring of 1907. And let's see, Patrick, tell us what you see in the West.
Yeah, there's a fair bit to unpack here. Let's start in the north because I think that's most important. England does get into Norway, but they go there from Sweden, and Germany walks into Sweden behind. Not really sure what that indicates, if there's some kind of agreement there for England and Germany, but I mean, I can't really imagine there is because he's still taking Kiel. But Philip takes Kiel from Helgoland rather than Holland, which is going to make taking Denmark much harder in the fall, maybe impossible. So, that's quite unfortunate. Getting into Ruhr is probably good in this scenario as well because it gives you some play on Munich, which isn't going to be an important center for deciding this game if Tanya doesn't win. But yeah, this just doesn't look good for England still. And he goes to Mao. Italy's already supporting Germany into Spain. That doesn't really affect much, to be honest. It's kind of rearranging deck chairs between the small powers. And then, yeah, the Eastern tactics kind of ruin it for England as well. So, Adam, go ahead and discuss those.
Yeah. So let's see. Berlin and Kiel bounce in Munich. That might have been even arranged.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, this is some tactical guesses. I mean, I think McCallus, went for what's not guaranteed on Vienna because Trieste could have just supported Vienna, but made attacks on Trieste and made attacks on Serbia with the I guess the assumption that Trieste can only support one of them, so you'll get to one of them. Tanya made the more aggressive move in trying to get into Budapest, which succeeded in this case. So they sort of swap there. But nothing else meaningful happens in terms of movement. I guess that swap is really, I think it's a good outcome for Tanya. I think she still could probably lose one center, either Serbia or not Serbia. She could easily lose Bulgaria in the fall. I think she can hold Budapest. And so the net on that is -1, which even if she loses one of Berlin or Munich, she should still be fine to top this at 9. And if she guesses better, being at 10 will be very clear.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody can get to 9. I don't think Philip can get 3. He's not going to get 3 because he's losing Sweden. He's getting Norway and Kiel. He might pick up Denmark or something. Yeah. So I don't.
McCallus would have to be on his side in the north for it to even be a possibility.
Yeah, I don't think there's any issue here for Tanya.
Yeah,
even if she does drop 2, but if she drops Bulgaria and let's say Munich or whatever, I don't think this is an issue for her.
Yeah, it's worth just talking about what Budapest does here. This is these are poor tactics by McCallus. Budapest really needs to go to Serbia here.
Budapest was not assured to get cut, but like there was a pretty good chance of it, I guess. I mean, and Serbia is not guaranteed, but if you want to guarantee either Vienna or Serbia, you need to make the attack from Budapest.
Yeah, what you needed to do was force Serbia to have to choose between supporting Bulgaria and supporting an attack on Budapest. And the way to do that is to send Budapest to Serbia, and then Romania gets to choose whether it supports an attack on Serbia or on Bulgaria. But on Serbia would be the better option here.
Yeah.
But I agree. Yeah, Patrick, your point about Philip's game sort of depending on McCallus's consent in the north is a good one to me, and that was sort of cooked as soon as McCallus kept Norway.
Yeah.
All right, we do have a sideline report for spring of 1907. Let's have a look and see what we're told.
We just saw the moves and did the negotiations for spring 1907. McCallus is pretty heartbroken over that series of moves. I think he bought into what Tanya was saying. And right after it went through, Tanya proposed a draw, which McCallus quickly vetoed. Then it becomes the battle for Brandon. That was spring 1907.
That was it. Everyone was unhappy with Brandon's move supporting Tanya into Berlin, talking about Brandon throwing the game. And so the big question is, what is Brandon going to do now? McCallus seems to have the rest of the board on his side. He's got a deal to put Turkey into Bulgaria, so he can take dots off Tanya that way. England and France are both very unhappy with Brandon's actions and are interested in trying to block it. So the big thing is, what is Brandon going to do with Kiel? He has promised to Michalis that he'll support Michalis into Berlin in the spring, with the expectation that Michalis will then support Brandon into Munich in the fall. That's the deal that Michalis wants.
Yeah. And then at one point there was a discussion about Michalis is basically trying to get Brandon to not throw. He told him, I want you to grow, not throw. I thought that was great. There's a lot of Tanya's putting pressure on Brandon too about Marseille, and so you can, move it to Spain and take Berlin, and that's fine. But this issue of what Brandon does, and I want to tell you, some people like top boards, Peter, because they like to be the kingmaker. If I was the kingmaker, I'd be loving this position. I'd be like, what am I getting out of this? All right, this is going to be, I get to decide. But Brandon, I don't think he's put himself in that position, but he's under a lot of stress. I feel a lot of sympathy for him. What's he going to do?
I have no idea.
All right. We're excited as you are. We're going to see how it ends up, but we'll film the adjudication. And thanks for having us this year on Back Show. Peter, it's been an honor.
If Peter doesn't know what Brandon's going to be doing, then what hope do we have? You're muted, Brandon.
Yeah, I'm still muted. All right. So here we have the situation in fall of 1907. Tanya has a 4-center lead over Michalis and 5-center lead over Philip. Does not feel like anyone's going to catch her. Anyone want to make an argument at this point?
No, it was very. Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, I was going to say, if everyone else on the board wanted Philip to win this game, I think it's possible because they could put him in Munich and Berlin, right? And Michalis could let him take St. Petersburg in Norway, and and Brandon could walk out of Sweden. So if everybody wanted Philip to win this game, I think it's feasibly done. There's nothing to indicate that that's the situation on the board, right? I mean, there's just and that's the only other I think viability. I guess if everybody wanted Michalis to win, they could put him in Berlin and Munich and give him Sweden and walk. I mean, but none of these things seemed absurd given what we've seen in this game so far, right? Nobody is actively wanting to stop Tanya to win to make somebody else win if it's not them. And so there's not a lot of incentive for Philip. There's not incentive for Philip to make Michalis win. There's not incentive for Michalis to make Philip win. There's not incentive for Brandon to really make anyone win, though he probably vibes somebody into that position. But that's the point. So Tanya's going to win this game. I mean,
I found the report very illuminating because it showed that Michalis was still thinking from the perspective that he can still win, which I think is just completely erroneous after that stab. The path was there for Philip, even though he was on fewer centers than Michalis heading into this year. I disagree. I don't think Michalis ever could have been thrown enough centers to catch Tanya. And I think he kind of approached the tactics from certain wrong perspectives, as we saw with Brandon's analysis already on the Serbia issue. And yeah, it's just a bit of a mess. Clearly, like everybody except Brandon, I guess, wants to stop Tanya, but no one agrees who can stop Tanya and how to stop Tanya. That's the issue.
Yeah, and who would benefit from it.
Exactly.
There's this thing in diplomacy where you lay the groundwork for what happens if something else happens on the board. So Philip and Michalis could have been throughout this game, at least for the previous couple of years, sort of laying the groundwork for what each of them would want to see happen if, say, Tanya stabbed Michalis, right? So Philip could have been sort of cultivating the relationship such that Michalis would want him to win, and vice versa. And it doesn't sound like any of that work was being done. It doesn't sound like Michalis was even seriously considering Tanya stabbing him, which clearly was an error.
Yeah.
All right, fall of 1907. This is the final turn. We feel like there's not a whole lot of drama here. So if Tanya doesn't win, we will be shocked. Here are the moves for fall of 1907.
Oh no, Brandon won. I'm kidding.
Tell us what you see, Patrick. We'll start with you.
All right. Well, this is just a bit of a cleanup job against poor old Brandon Austin after his heinous war crimes, such as alleged game throwing, which is a questionable accusation. By the way, England takes Spain actually with French support, so Conrad's just happy to get those little black armies out of his hair. It doesn't matter if there's a purple fleet there instead. He just wants he doesn't really want to get back into his centers because he probably can't. He just wants Brandon out of them. Fair enough. Tanya gets into Marseille as if she wasn't already going to have enough centers to win. England takes Kiel and Denmark and retakes Sweden with McAuliffe support. So McAuliffe wasn't happy to throw dots to England, but he was happy to help England keep the dots he had. Fair enough. More power to you. And then in the center of the board.
Take us home. Do the whole board.
Okay, yeah. In the center of the board, McAuliffe tries to support Brandon into Munich, but it's a bit of a fudged move set again. I guess it's hard to tell how Tanya's going to try and defend that center, but I feel like it kind of makes more sense for Silesia to support Burgundy to Munich and then Bohemia taps Tyrolia or something like that. But instead, Munich is still Italian. And then in the Balkans, actually good tactics by McAuliffe this time, with the exception of Black supported Khan to Bulgaria. Again, I assume that's just to remain honest with Turkey and to the end of the game. But the fact that Romania isn't covered here means that he doesn't actually gain anything from that great guess around Vienna and Budapest, unfortunately. So it looks like McAuliffe is going to end on a mere 4, 5, 6 centers, while Philip goes up to 9, and Tanya remains on 11, I believe. No, it goes up to 12 because Marseille. Yeah.
Quite remarkable for Tanya to hold on to both Berlin and Munich throughout this year. I'm assuming that this was an unwelcome support in Bohemia, and Tanya cleverly cut it by tapping Bohemia. Adam, how do you feel about the tactics you've seen here?
I mean, it's hard to complain when it works, right? I mean, I think so. I mean, look, I think there were a number of crucial turns. To me, the most crucial turns in this game were spring 1905 when Brandon convoyed out of Livonia to go back home. Right, and I think the other crucial turn, if you can show it again if you like, right. I think this was one game-defining turn right here, and I think the other game-defining turn was spring 1906, where McAuliffe made the decision not to stab Tanya, and Tanya took advantage come the fall. I think this could have been those were big turning points, right?
Yeah.
I think the first one is a game turning point. The second one is a game end turning point, because I think McAuliffe is likely putting himself in a much stronger position to be able to potentially get the win if he plays more aggressively against Tanya here.
Tanya spent this entire tournament building up goodwill, I feel like, and really cashed it in at the end there with getting McAuliffe to trust her in 1906 and just taking full advantage of it in the best way possible. Like, this is the exact kind of game that I love to play, that I think it can be very difficult to play when you're on a really high quality board like this with good players, is just run an alliance that has enough trust in it to operate efficiently for a while, and then you can set it up in just the right way to stab for 3 dots later. Like, that is so hard to do against players of McAuliffe's caliber and Conrad's caliber and Brandon's caliber and all these guys. But Tanya managed to get it done. She managed her side of the board perfectly. Meddled just enough in the West to keep things messy and not give Philip too many openings, and it pays off with a really well-deserved tournament win.
Yeah, it's worth going back to the beginning of the game. We don't have Tanya here to go through it with us, although we do have an interview that Ed recorded with Tanya earlier, so we'll come back to that. But it's worth remembering sort of the dark moment for Tanya, right? Like she tries to stab Andrew in spring of 2002, it fails, goes down a dot, is out of position with a fleet in Lyon, possibly antagonizing France. This is not a great position for an Italy to be in, right? So, and it was, it's unusual, I think, for Tanya to have stabbed like that, especially if it seemed, as it did to Ed, that she had Andrew on side. So let's talk for a minute just about how Tanya was able to recover from this position. What was, clearly she ended up sticking with her attack on Austria, maybe disguised it for a turn. But what was the key to rebounding in the mid game?
Well, the EG attack on France was very important. The fact that either she was able to read that and convince Conrad it was coming, or that Conrad was able to convince that and was able to read that and convince her that he was moving away. Like, whichever one of those it was, like, that is what enabled Tanya to not just take a center off of Austria, but genuinely assert her presence in the Balkans in a way that was a bit harder to remove. And that really snowballed into a lot of what we saw from 1904 onwards as the Wintergreen started forming and Turkey's position got rolled back.
She really managed a lot of dynamic play in Austria and the Balkans through much of the game really, really well, right? Into a way that she ultimately pulled to her decisive advantage. And that's no easy feat when you have really strong players in Marcus and Michalis in that corner of the game.
Patrick, did you want to add something there?
Yeah, it's really difficult for Italy to get a really big board top just from going west or just from running an AI and killing Turkey. Like, you need a decent chunk of that big Balkan clump in order to get really far ahead. And the fact that she was able to play that part of the board so well in this area where Russia, Italy, and Turkey all sort of had a similar say, that was a really, really big factor in making sure that she had enough of a base to expand from later as she got more Balkan centers, as she got stuff across the line that was harder to hold. Just keeping that bedrock of Vienna and Trieste and expanding out from there with Russian help was really crucial for her.
Yeah, Adam, did you want to add something there? Okay, yeah, I'm with you guys. The sort of general theme that Tanya was really good here at getting people to help her and then to continue helping her, rather than attacking her. So that is a great skill to have, and that is a path to success in diplomacy.
Yeah.
This is how the game ends, with Tanya securing a 3-center victory. Tanya did not have Tanya did have the tiebreak advantage over Philip. That's right. She ducked behind him. She was the only one. He was the only one that she had a tiebreak advantage over. So this is really a 4-center victory, if you think of it that way. And despite going into this last year, where I think we all assumed that she would lose at least a dot, and her key was holding on at like 10 or 9. She managed to not only keep that 11, but go up to 12. So let's give Tanya some applause here. Masterful performance. Congratulations on your European Championship, and let's hear from Tanya herself.
I'm here with the champion, Tanya Gill. Look, go watch the moves of this game for Italy. This was a grind. This was a battle. She's dealing with French issue, an Austrian issue, Italian issue, Turkish issue. Okay, take us through the game. You ended up getting Italy just like you said. And I thought you had Andrew working with you. He was going to do anything you want, but then you work with Michalis, and then it turns around. Just take us through the game before we get to all the exciting fireworks.
Yeah, so I ended up selecting, I guess everyone's seen the Paris method, but I ended up selecting second. I took Italy, which was a bit of a gamble for me. And then I actually didn't like the way the board ended up being. Like, I didn't want Andrew in Austria. Yeah, I thought he was going to be France.
Conrad in Austria.
Yeah, and then someone else would be. And I was like, oh, God, I don't know what to do with this. And so, how much am I supposed to talk you through the entire thing? So I was like, okay, I'll attack Andrew in Austria. I think I can work with Turkey and with Russia. But then Conrad in France, who in 1901 says we shouldn't attack each other because it's going to torpedo both our games. And I was like, yes, exactly. Why would we be stuck in the Med? Then torpedoes my game by going into the Med, but half-heartedly going into the Med. So not only does he torpedo my game a bit, he gets crushed because he gives EG an incentive to attack him. And so I thought my game was over. I was like, this is bad. But then somehow I ended up working with Russia, who was Michalis, and
But let's be fair. There weren't many other people talking to you.
No one was talking to me
You
other
weren't-
than
Turkey was not
McCollum.
talking to you.
Well-
Conrad and you were, I mean, you're just kind of chatting, but it was mostly
Yeah.
you and McCallus there.
Everyone was talking to me, to be fair, but obviously I knew that Austria was working with Turkey. Turkey wasn't not working against me. Oh,
It's a little closer.
okay. Turkey wasn't working against me, but at the same time, Turkey wasn't, but we weren't working together. We did at the end. He was a very good player, actually. First time tournament, maybe, or second tournament, but really great player. All to say, I end up working with McCallus. I stabbed McCallus at the opportune moment.
Before you get to that,
Okay.
before you get to your fall 19, okay.
Yep.
Things are looking good at the end of
Yes.
05.
Okay.
Okay, and just to put your brain back in it, right? I could think you're in Vienna and you're in Tyrolia and you negotiate for him to support you into Munich. You really fought to not give him anything, even Vienna, but he got there. You put him into Bulgaria.
I put him into Bulgaria.
You put him into Bulgaria, but all these conversations emanate in 05 and 06, right? And one of the conversations that stands out to me is when you say, you encourage him to move away, right? Because you're paranoid and you want to go west, and that's the whole thing. And you tell him, because we've done this the right way, and if you were to win by stabbing me, that would make me really sad. And
you can't reveal this stuff. What are you
This
doing?
is literally what
This
she
is not.
said.
No, stop it. You're going to ruin my reputation.
No.
Ed,
It's
no,
okay.
cancel it.
As Nicolas Sage said, sometimes you got to get a little bit nasty. He moved away.
He did not.
No. He moved a little bit away.
Yes.
And then you used that to pressure him to move further away for fall 1906, where you exquisitely made the move on him. Do you feel bad?
No, because I asked him to move Romania to Sevastopol to Armenia, and instead he moved it to Romania. And then I looked at the board, and I was like, "Why are you moving it to Romania?" And I think that's when I decided that why not just go for the win. I saw him building his armies this way and not the other way. If he was in Armenia, probably I would have stuck to the. I mean, I don't know. You can't really say that. But yeah, I mean, obviously the stab got me the win.
No, wrong.
Oh,
the stab put you in a position to win.
Yes.
But what you were able to achieve with Brandon, that game was very much in doubt in 1907.
Okay.
You're up 4. There's only a 2-dot swing.
Yeah.
You're vulnerable in Berlin. You're vulnerable in Munich. You're vulnerable in Bulgaria. You can't hold, all these things that are going on. You got Brandon in Marseille.
Yeah.
And McCallus is lobbying Brandon really, really, really hard. You don't see it, but he's putting tons of pressure.
Okay.
But Brandon does everything that you want him to do, almost, I think. How did you do that? That's where you won the game. You won the battle for the soul of Brandon.
I still think the stab on McCallus was kind of key because he had to pull a unit.
But then you had to scramble.
So with Brandon, I think he was just a bit lost, and probably people were putting too much pressure on him. And I tried not to do that. And I said something like, "Hey, I'll get you into Marseille, and in exchange, maybe you support me to Berlin." And I think he was just like, whatever, and he took it, and I think he regretted it a lot because then the next year he didn't want to do anything with me, but at that point I think I still think that if they had all coordinated at the end that England could have topped the board.
England was there with if I'm not mistaken, the tiebreak also.
Yeah. Well, no, I would have. I was below.
You dropped a lot.
Yeah.
So he needed one more.
Exactly. So they could have, but Conrad walked out of Marseille. I walked into Marseille, and I didn't end up losing Berlin and Munich, so it was very shocking. But I got lucky, of course. I thought I lost the game because I overextended a bit too much by being in Berlin. It pissed off a lot of people, but then they didn't do anything about it. So somehow I succeeded.
Look, Tanya, you don't attend that many tournaments, but when you do, you tend to win them. This is another example. You're now the European diplomacy champion. Congratulations. I'm very proud of you. Look forward to seeing you in Athens.
Thank you.
All right. So the interview with the champ. Any tidbits there that surprised you or were interesting? Let's talk to Adam first.
I think it sounds about right, right? I think the key is when things look down early in the game, Tanya just kept pushing, kept trying to put herself into a position where she could improve her position little by little, and was incredibly successful in doing that.
Yeah, I also it was interesting to hear Tanya's thoughts about 1906 and how that year went and sort of what influenced her decision to stab. I believe when we covered Spring 06, I briefly shouted out the weirdness of Sev to Romania in combination with all the other moves that were all the Italian and Russian armies moving away from each other. And yeah, if Michalis went to Armenia, then maybe Tanya doesn't stab there, and then Michalis has a better position heading into 07. That makes a lot of sense. And it's another situation where, Michalis, it's weird. It's like he didn't take no risk by stabbing Tanya instead of opening himself up to get stabbed. He also didn't take all of the risk that may have prevented Tanya from stabbing by just moving away completely. He sort of took a half path, and ultimately that is what led to the exact course of action that we saw from Tanya, and that's what won her the game. So it's a good example of you can be very trusting, you can be very stabby. Both of those play styles are valid and can get you places, but decisiveness is the most important thing either way, I would say, and that's an underrated part, I think, of what the issues Michalis suffered from here were.
Lukewarm strategies are don't get you anything, neither hot nor cold. Let's just take a moment to talk about this a little bit further. This question of whether that move to Romania rather than Armenia, so it made Michalis a little bit harder to stab, and the suggestion Tanya made is that is what actually encouraged her to stab. Do you guys believe that?
I do. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like, why, if you're Italy there and you've just hashed out this whole agreement with Russia about how, okay, we're going to stay together in 06, we're going to break Turkey open, we're going to demilitarize the Balkans, and you see Sev not go to Armenia and instead go into the Balkans, like, that's an affront to everything you've spent the last 15 or so minutes talking about. So I get it.
I don't know. I mean, you take a look at the position that, going into fall 1906, and Tanya looked at that position and said, I can stab from this position, right? And I can do this successfully from this position. Then you look at the position where move Romania into Armenia from the same position. Is there any reason she doesn't say, "Oh man, I can stab from this position. Oh my goodness, I can stab." Right? I mean, there's something just, I understand her perspective in talking through it that move made her raise an eyebrow. But if she had the wherewithal to say, this is a position that I can make a move on Michalis from, I don't think that changes because he's in Armenia. If anything, it's more attractive because the unit's further away from her.
It's interesting. I think what the two of you are getting at is a question of sort of how one's decision making gets made in the course of a diplomacy turn. And Adam's sort of giving the point of view that how tactics and positioning can bring about decision making. And I think, Patrick, what you're doing is you're articulating how negotiation status and sort of trustworthiness capital influences decision making, because and I think people just differ on this. Some people are more tactically focused, and some people are more relationship focused. And maybe
I want to highlight though again that this is a 1907 game. This is not a long-term game, right? And so I think we have to, I agree with everything you're saying, Brandon, but I think the situation here is different because of the amount of time left. In a time unlimited game, this is very different in terms of how you look at this position and what you're considering doing or not doing from this position.
Yeah, there's I think there in the air here too is this distinction between how what the optimal way to play is and how people actually play, right? So
for sure.
But even there's as part of that is this question of sort of like what should motivate decision making, right? And is it the relationship mechanic? Is it the position and the tactics? And that is play style. Those are elements of play style.
Yeah. And I think also it's weird because I consider myself more of a tactically minded player. So Adam's making the kind of arguments that I would normally make. It's just a little funny. But I think if you're Tanya, right, and you see McCallus go to Armenia, like that is a sign that, okay, great, he's still useful, he's still with me, right? Especially if you're in 1906 and you're in that moment, like England is still a genuine threat to top, especially if you're not really sure what Brandon's doing yet. He didn't really make his stance clear on the board until the fall with this support to Berlin. Right. So with all those uncertainties, like, yeah, you want the option to keep McCallus on side for that one extra turn in order to keep a better eye on the West to some extent, because you can only affect it so much with that fleet in Lyon that's not even next to the main threat from that area of the board. So I still believe her. I get where Tanya's coming from, but also to your point, Adam, in a 1907 game, everything is more urgent. People don't think about these decisions the same way they would if they had 3 more years, like in a league game, maybe. So there's arguments for either mode of thinking, but the format, I don't think dictated a specific course of action from Tanya. It just maybe made her priorities a little different.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a cogent analysis here. There's also the question too of whether Vienna actually moves into Bohemia, if not for Tanya's reaction and negotiations to McCallus's failure to move. And this, I think, speaks to the move to Armenia, I should say. And that speaks, I think, Patrick, to your point about the lukewarm strategy not being optimal in general, because it put McCallus in a position where maybe he recognized that he had done Tanya wrong and needed to do something to sort of make the relationship work again, because he had taken this middle path. Whereas if he had been decisive one way or the other, then he would have been in position to be more decisive and more sort of self-interested moving forward.
Yeah.
And at Vienna, does Tanya like win this game as easily if she doesn't take Vienna there? I don't know. It's an open question.
I think there's much more of a chance for either England or Russia if that doesn't happen. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, folks, we were targeting 4 hours and saying that 4 to 4.5 hours would be acceptable, and we did it. Despite all of the shall we say happenings at the top of the show. I want to thank both of you very, very much for joining DBN for today's broadcast. I want to thank all of the viewers out there for joining us and for watching, either with us live and commenting in the chats or watching at a later time. I want to thank Yelta and Micah for putting on an excellent tournament with a fun top board finish. And give each of you a chance to sign off here. Adam, any closing thoughts on this tournament?
What an amazing turnout. What amazing games. What an amazing conclusion. This is European Diplomacy Championship 2025. But there's an even bigger event taking place in Europe next year. World DipCon in Athens, Greece in 2026. If this is presaging what we're going to see there, except it'll be even bigger, I'm sure. Wow. That will be a tournament folks don't want to miss, and that's a big one. Encourage everyone to be there. I know Spiros and the other organizers are going to do an amazing job. So diplomacy is alive and well and doing amazingly in Europe, and so don't want to miss that event next year.
Yeah, and we didn't really get to see it that much of it because we skipped over the preliminary games a lot. But this, the strength of field in this tournament was already really amazing. Like, Nick, there are so many great players in this tournament who didn't make the top board. Guys like Dan Lester, Nicolas Sahuke, Cyril Savant, Jan Clouet, some really, really high caliber threats. Ed, if you want to count him, Peter McNamara. So, and then in Greece, at World DipCon, we're going to attract even more people. It's going to be even better. It's going to be even more competitive, and it's going to be even more socially satisfying, I'm sure, as well. So go to Greece in May if you can. And if you can't go to Greece, misorder all your units to Greece to tell other people to go to Greece and go to DixieCon. But beyond that, make sure to tune in, guys, to next week for League Night on Saturday. And until then, stay safe and stab well.
I didn't know you were going to pull the final one. We have to thank
You said
Ed.
Sign us off. That's the sign-off phrase. So.
Oh, man, dude, Brandon gets the pull rank here. Come on.
Darn it.
I just had some more thanking to do. Got to thank Ed Sullivan and Peter McNamara for their sideline reports.
Definitely. Amazing, amazing coverage by the two of them.
Yeah, and we got to tell people to go play VDL, which is, I believe, next weekend. And VDC, the Virtual Diplomacy Championship, is coming up in January. Look for that. Join the VWDC server. I'm going to put this QR code up right now. So please scan that and go play in VDL and VDC. And then we've got the Diplomacy Broadcast International Invitational, good Lord, coming up in February. And that is after the VDC and VDL top boards, which will happen in January as well. So lots of stuff happening in the virtual diplomacy world. And you can watch all of it right here on DBN. With that, Patrick, take us home.
Yeah, sadly, I'm only taking the two of you home and not the tardy Karthik Konath. But either way, stay safe and stab well.